Hello, everybody. I'm tuning 6754. I'm hearing Trenton military weather. 6754. It's supposed to be off in the daytime. And Glenn Hauser was mentioning that a lot of people have been mentioning to hear it in the daytime on the 6754 frequency. And indeed, I'm hearing it right now. It's supposed to be on 15034 normally in the daytime. So I don't know if 15034 is also working. I don't hear it here. I'm going to try it here, but I don't think I'm going to hear it. Let's see here. So we'll see if anyways. Seems to have stopped now. Okay. So maybe dock the YouTube live control panel. Make sure that I see the stats. And here we go. Connected. That's good. That's perfect. I'm going to put that here closer. Take the chat here so that I have a better view of all the stuff on the screen. And something I'm trying to see. Oh, I could do that, right? No, I can't. It's stuck. Okay. So I guess this is as small as it can be. All right. Let's start this. Welcome aboard, everybody. This is the live show. We are here. We are here every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time, and we, of course, talk about radio, have fun with radio, and just enjoy our time together. As we say it, it's a solitary hobby, and this brings everybody together. And of course, last Sunday also there was the Zoom, which was a lot of fun as usual. Zoom meetings are cool. It's a different way of doing things. I'm going to talk about that because the idea that I have is going to be a monthly Zoom coming up starting September. So we're going to have all the details coming up. We have a few things to talk about today, including one that is sad if it ever happens. We're going to see what the development on that is going to be about the World Radio History website that we're going to talk about. So, welcome aboard, everyone. My name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. And I, of course, am in the northeast part of North America. We are here every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time, and we talk about radio. And this is a worldwide event. People from all around the world join us to have fun with radio. We tune the bands, answer questions, and have a lot of fun together. There's a beautiful chat room where you can join wonderful people that are always polite and fantastic, and this is why this is one of the best places to be. And very helpful also if you have, if you're new to the hobby, or even if you've been in the hobby for 60 years, the chat room could be very helpful. We don't know everything. Sometimes we have questions. And after this is over, we have a Facebook group that is official SWL channel, same name as the channel here, for the Facebook group where the discussion continues. People share what they're listening to and all of that. So it's really, really cool to have everybody here. And always very, very nice to have The people interact, see the radios they're using, which radios they're having fun with, they're loving, and so on. So it's really, really cool. And it's always very, very nice to have all of you here. Just gonna make sure that okay, this is good. There we go. Apparently I'm live. That's good. And so really nice to have all of you here as usual. Don't forget that this is, I offer tons of things. I make videos on the weekdays. I have this live show every week that you enjoy. And if you do enjoy, if you've never, I'm trying to reach out also to people that never did any donations. You can give a little something here through the super chat. And there's also the pizza fund. And Paul the cat treats that you can send a little something through PayPal. Any amount helps, and why not think about it? If you're here every week and you enjoy this, well, imagine if this wouldn't exist anymore. It would be kind of sad, I guess, for a lot of people. So thanks everybody for your support. It is much appreciated. So here in Montreal today, it's warm. It's about 80, a little more than 80 degrees Fahrenheit, but we're going to have a very warm day tomorrow. It's supposed to be in the 90s tomorrow, and very hot and humid, so it's going to be muggy and the kind of weather I hate. But that's going to be, we're having typical summer days right now. In the week ahead, a little bit of rain, some nice days, and most of the week will be in the 80s and close to the 90s. Pretty much every day. So this is typical Montreal summer, and it's time to have a beer, a cold beer when that happens. So cheers, everybody. Well, this is the Belgian white ale, and it's pretty good, and it's nice to have all of you here. Okay, let's start this. We're going to have a little announcement about the Canadian International DX Club, guys. The CIDX Club is a Canadian club that has been around since 1962. The latest messenger bulletin came out yesterday, so this is the July edition. And of course, lots of information in this publication. Just to give you an idea, so there's the headquarters report, there's the broadcast band logs, very interesting QSL column by Mickey Delmage. I have the World of Utilities, where we talk about Arctic signals for this edition in July. David Ross Shortwave Logbook. Harold Sellers has the World English Survey, Target Listening. Brian Penny has the free radio scene, which is pirate radio. There's a DX program guide. There's not just listening, suggestions of all sorts of other things about radio, including movies and so on. There's the radio bookshelf, Podding Along by John Figliuzzi. There's the Ham Radio News and News by Eric Cottrell, which is the amateur radio column, and a lot more news, notes, skeds. There's some technical topics and lots of stuff, and here's what my column looks like. Just to give you an idea, the World of Utilities is the first page of a 9-page column that I made this month. So this is what it looks like, and this is a great publication. If you are into the hobby, you're new, you're searching for some reference that has a lot of information about what people are listening to, how to listen, and so on. The CIDX Club is a great place where you can join. This, once again, is the July bulletin. So when you join, you not only get this fantastic little monthly bulletin, you also get to be part of a club. It's a radio club. So you're part of the Canadian International DX Club. So it's a membership. It's not a subscription. And you also have the possibility of joining our monthly Zoom for the club, which is always a lot of fun. So why not think about it? You know what? If you've never asked, because we see a lot of people here, and this is what we were mentioning, me and Sheldon, we see a lot of people that have never even asked for a sample copy of the bulletin. It's totally free. You can ask for a sample copy, make your mind say, you know what, this is interesting. I really, really like this. And if you want, then starting from there, you can actually get subscribe or get your membership, which is $10 a year, $25 for 3 years. And so you can just ask for your sample copy at the email that I just posted. And why not join a fantastic club? We're at close to 300 members right now. And it is also thanks to CIDX that we have the Zoom meetings, because they let me use the CIDX account for Zoom so that we can also enjoy our Zoom meetings. So why not ask for the sample copy? Just drop a little line saying, hey, I've never looked at your bulletin before, and this is definitely something to look at. So check it out. Canadian International DX Club, really, really great. I've been a member in the 90s. I've been a member on and off, but I've been a member now, a solid, really member since, I guess the early 2000s. And I started the utility column quite a while back now. I'm probably close to like 10 years of CIDX utility column. I would have to go back. I don't remember exactly when I started doing that column. They needed somebody. And I've been doing it since then. So this is a great little place, and why not check it out? Okay, Richard Wagner, nice to have you on board from a humid and choking northeast Illinois, enjoying the marvel that is the SI 4732 Mini receiver. Truly impressed, great bargain. I am amazed at today what we can get for such a low price. It's just mind-boggling, and it's just amazing. I gotta say. Master Players Radio and Television. So 6754 just started again, which is Trenton Military. I don't hear it on their 15034 frequency, but I do hear it on 6754 on the icon here. So it's kind of interesting. So, Bobby Burgess, nice to have you here. WA5107 SWL in Morgan City, Louisiana. Jay Watterson 69. Handing you, nice to have you here. Bristol, UK, M7CUN. Richard Wagner is concerned about Paul's catnip habit. I think we need to have an intervention. I don't think it's much of a problem. He kind of goes crazy for about 2 minutes and then is like, nah, okay. Let's move on. Mike B, nice to have you here. 84 Fahrenheit in Bayfield, Colorado. It's 7,000 feet. So it's 14% humidity, actually. 84 it feels good because, it's so dry. Robert Varner, nice to have you here from New Jersey. KC2TEL. Jean Arrache, salut. J'espère que tu vas bien de Saint-Hyacinthe. Nice to have you here from kind of southeastern part of Montreal. Megan, nice to have you here from Colorado, where it's 93 Fahrenheit. Old Radios, nice to have you here. TVDXR, nice to have you on board. Bienvenue, j'espère que tu vas bien. Blogger nice to have you on board. Happy whatever day it is to you all. Yeah. And happy July 4th for you guys that celebrated the 4th of July and, celebrations and stuff. It's always nice to have a little something. So let me continue here. Kevin Davidson, Blogger Die, thank you so much for the donation by PayPal. I just see it arrive on my phone. Thank you so much for your support. Mike Hill, nice to have you on board from Northwest Arkansas. Bob's Old Records, nice to have you here. Paul in Vermont, AA1SU, VT Radio. Said he had a great field day last weekend, now casually hunting for the 13 colonies. Yeah, I've got I actually am writing down on the piece of paper here the different stations I got. So I got 8 of the 13 stations. Or 16, no, 8 of the 16 stations. I got half of them. There's 16 stations, sorry. So I got half of them. And I need the other half. And what's been bogging me down for the first 5, K2A to K2E, is that they've been almost exclusively in CW mode, which I don't operate. So I hope that I'm going to be able to contact. But I've got the 3 special events and the 3 extra events, and I've got, 5 of the normal stations. K2F, K2G, K2H, K2J, and K2L. I'm missing the other one, and I really hope I can make it, because this ends, it's 5, 6, 7, ends Monday. So I have 2 days, roughly 2 days, 3 days max, to try to complete. I would love to have the complete set. So I'm going to be working on that this weekend and Monday. Try to get more. WF7I Homebrew, nice to have you here, Bert. And I was thinking about you yesterday. There was a big opening, and there's a lot of stations from Virginia that were heard on 6 meters for a part of the afternoon yesterday. It was kind of interesting. I made a lot of contacts. It's interesting because I haven't made 6-meter contacts outside the U.S. Yet this year. Last year I had made at this time contacts with Central South America, and there's not been any openings that gave me South America. I had one opening that gave me one station. I think it's in was it Bonaire or one of the islands in the Netherlands Antilles, and I've not had any stations from South America. Usually I've seen almost every year I've seen some there, and of course the stations I never get here and I would love to do is the 6 meters to European stations, which I never see here. So I'll continue and checking it out, but I definitely need a better antenna for 6. RJ Dakota, nice to have you on board from Wentzville, Missouri, W80113SWL. Kevin, nice to have you on board, WS2H. 50th anniversary of Jaws. Tried to get the vineyard, but just too busy. So it's also somebody posted on Facebook that it's the 40th anniversary of Back to the Future from 1985. That apparently came out like this week or last week. Which is one of my favorite movies. Trustin, nice to have you on board. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you here. N5KVO, extremely rainy South Texas. Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of the flooding going on the news, and the deaths, and there's this summer camp with the girls that are missing, and all of that is kind of hope nothing bad happened to them. It must be terrifying. They're saying that at some places the river is just swelled 8 feet in a matter of minutes. It was crazy. So hope you guys things get better there, my friend, with the flooding in Texas. Don Royal, WA7330 as well. Nice to have you here from Sun City, Arizona, where it's 102 Fahrenheit. 804 Marty, nice to have you here from Virginia. The Mike WX50, enjoyed the Zoom meeting, as did my dog, Carly. So it was nice to have you on board. Jim's Radio Check, nice to have you here from Chicago. And been 90 degrees in the 90s at least last 15 days in a row. That's hot. J Dakota enjoyed the Zoom event. Matthew Fernald, nice to have you here. Darren Rogers, nice to have you on board from Long Island, New York. 54 Cal, greetings from Northwest Pennsylvania. Getting ready to head to the lake for some fishing with the kids and fireworks later. Cool, sounds like fun. John Hummel Newell, nice to have you here. VE5JHN from Saskatchewan, nice to have you on board. Justin, nice to have you here. And we have 57 Steve DX from Georgia. SWAT Cuts, nice to have you on board. And is monitoring the air frequencies at his QTH. Shelley, nice to have you here from South Central Pennsylvania. Matthew Fernell says it's hot and humid. Makes for good radio weather. Swatcast, do they have back issues you can purchase of the Messenger? I guess there is a because I'm sure Sheldon has all the back issues. So you just drop a line at the sample address that I just sent you and ask if there's a way to purchase back issues of the Messenger. Robert Fletcher, nice to have you here from New Hampshire. Bowman's, nice to have you here from the West Midlands, UK. Could you say hello to Amy from India? Hey, Amy in India. Nice to have you on board. Spoke to her today, and it sounds like she's an upcoming new shortwave listener. Well, welcome aboard, Amy, and I hope that you'll find friendship and a lot of radio fun with us. Thank you so much. Rob, nice to have you on board from Phoenix, Arizona. Levinet, nice to have you on board from Israel. Much appreciated. Thank you for the donation. It is very, very appreciated. Thank you so much, my friend. We have, so your call sign is 4Z9MEX. And thank you for the nice comments. It's always appreciated. So, CIDX, the Canadian club, you can't drink. Keegan DXer, nice to have you here from Northwest Arkansas. Hope you are well, my friend. Papier Écriture, I really missed the monthly DSWCI issue. It had very interesting information. What else do we have? Lagardai has been a CIDX member since June of 2025. And how do you enjoy it? Do you enjoy the bulletin every month? Radio, Raising the Dead. Nice to have you on board. Amar Beer. And we have The Invisible Man, which we see in the chat room thanks to the technology. Nice to have you here from Amsterdam. Hot weather is past here and raining. Michael, nice to have you on board, and says hope everyone had a great 4th of July. 804 Marty here for a nice distraction, and just went through a painful unboxing and setup of a new printer, only to realize I think I bought the wrong one. Oh God, that's always the sad thing. You get something, you're all happy, you're gonna set it up, and then you're like, wait a minute, maybe this isn't what I wanted. Oh man, my printer's now is like 5 years old or something. I bought an Epson Eco Tank, those that have the tanks that you fill up with the bottles of ink. I love it. I've never regretted my purchase. It costs close to nothing to print with that. Yeah, the printer is more expensive. It's a printer scanner combo. Yeah, the printer is more expensive, but it already comes with on the box they put 2 years of ink, which was pretty close. I use it a lot, and I gotta say, it probably took me 2 years before I had to fill up the tanks again. And man, I'm so happy with that printer. I'm never going back to those printers with little cartridges and stuff. It's like I don't want that. It's been great. I've printed several thousand pages with it since I got it, and man, it's amazing as a little device. Old radios. I've been old TVs. Recently found a 1958 RCA Victor portable. Wow. Tim in Texas. Everybody can join the Canadian DX Club. By the way, it's not just information about anything in Canada, Tim. It's also a lot of the information in there is good for everybody. So it's not just for Canadians. It's for everyone. Anyone can join anywhere in the world. It is in U.S. funds. It's $10 U.S. for a year. So why not join? Art Dodd, nice to have you here. Art K2ADC from New Jersey. And sorry I missed the Zoom. Got back from field day late. So talking about the Zoom, we're going to have a regular Zoom starting September. So there's no Zoom in July, August. But starting September, the last Sunday of each month, we will have a Zoom. And we will do things like tuning the bands together, maybe doing sessions on, kind of learning something. So like we'll talk about utilities, or we'll talk about features, like, how do I use, or how do we use single sideband, for example. Things like that. Learning more about certain frequency ranges, what's in there. So I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And starting last Sunday of every month, starting September, we're going to have that Zoom meeting. So I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Dan V, nice to have you here from Ohio and 8WJZ. And Jim Gordon, nice to have you on board from warm Dundee, Scotland. Had a nice outdoor DX session with my trusty D808. And toasting you all with some Abbott Ale. So cheers, my friend. Nice to have you on board. I was looking at, talking of old TVs, I was looking at a YouTube channel that has a lot of old technologies on it, and they were showing some of the old TVs, including one which was an RCA portable TV that from like 1950, and I was like, wow, okay. It was huge, but they put a handle on it and it was like a portable TV. It really looked cool though. TVDXer, no, it's similar though. It's similar to the Blanche de Chambly TVDXer, but it's Belgian. It's a Blue Moon from Belgium, rather than the Blanche de Chambly from here. But I should buy a Blanche de Chambly. I haven't had any Unibroue beer in a pretty long time now. So maybe I should. I used to have some of those. I used to have some Fin du Monde, which is like 9% beer and so on. There's a lot of interesting. I used to have a case of 12 that had mixed beer from Unibroue that had so many different tastes that were kind of interesting. I stopped because at some point, it's interesting. It's when you drink the same beer all the time, it's like I got to a point where my body was like, nah, you don't want to drink that anymore. It's like I just, the taste and all, it was like, nah, I can't. I got to switch. Like, when I would do parties here, the beer that we often would have was Heineken. And for some reason, one day I took an Heineken and I started drinking, and I was like, wow, why does it taste bad? Somehow my taste buds were like, nah. And then I changed. We had other types of beer that we would have when we had parties. Ardad worked the station on 10 meter FM on 29600 at noon on my QTH, New Jersey. Sometimes you have to throw your call out and be patient. Yeah, definitely. Last time I did FM, and I like FM on 10 meters, especially in the winter. In the winter up here, we're getting all the European stations. when the bands open. And last winter, I was going through, and I parked myself on 29,500, and I just called CQ. And I think at the first or second call, there's an HB9 station, a station from Switzerland, that came back to me, and I mean with a strong signal. That was a lot of fun. I love doing like unusual modes that you don't do regularly, like FM on the 10-meter band, stuff like that. So definitely cool stuff. One thing I want to try one day is, I've never tried it yet, those repeaters on the 10-meter band, 29.62, 6.4, 6.6, 6.8. I remember back in the day where it was in the 90s, I was listening, and there was the Virgin Islands repeater on FM 29.66 on 10 meters, and man, in the wintertime, that repeater was busy with the high solar activity in the 90s. It was so cool. SWATCAT says Back to the Future, July the 3rd, 1985. So there you go. So we're the 5th, so on the 3rd, on last Thursday. 40th anniversary, 40 years. Incredible. My story of going to see Back to the Future, by the way, is that when my brother called me up and said, oh, there's this cool movie, Back to the Future, let's go and see it. And back in the day, we had we had our local theater here that I could just walk to, and so I was playing there. As we were going towards the theater, there's a huge thunderstorm that passed by, so we kind of went under a little. There was a building that had this kind of cover that we could go down under and it for shelter. So we waited until it passed, and when the rain stopped, we continued towards the theater. And as I was about to reach the theater, there was a bus that was coming at full speed on the street, and he just went into this huge pool of water. And I got soaked from head to toe in water. And I don't know if you know, but a movie theater in the summer is always very cold because they have air conditioning. And I watched Back to the Future the first time, all soaked and freezing in the theater. That was my first experience back in the day. But still, I enjoyed the movie, and it was like, I went to see it again, I think 4 or 5 times. Just went nuts on how amazing that was. Mike WX50 got the Back to the Future 3-disc collection, but haven't seen 2 and 3 yet. So I got the collection here too. That might be an interesting watch this weekend. I love that. Jim Gordon, sorry to read about the imminent closure of KTWR, a favorite of mine from the distant South Pacific. Yeah, it's going to close at the end of this schedule season. So it's going until the end of October. And at the end of October, they are shutting down the Guam transmitter for KTWR. Bob's Old Records. Does anyone have an ID of the flamethrower station on 6910 from last night? HF Underground didn't have an ID for the station last I checked. If HF Underground didn't have an ID, at some point maybe there weren't any, or so here let me check it out here. 6910. Oops, I got the wrong one here. North American shortwave. So there's still nothing there. 6910. 6910. Lower sideband, yeah, on ID. Nobody had. Funny thing that I wish I knew was there. Radio Canada International Pirate last night at 04 UT on 6925 upper sideband. playing some Radio Canada International clips, interval signals, and all sorts of things, including some political bits with the U.S. administration. So I thought, wow, I would have liked to hear that station, which was probably timed for the 4th of July for a purpose. So yeah, that was an interesting one. So you see, last night there was a lot of pirates. Space Junk Radio. There was Stern Radio, WEAK Radio, Thunder Chicken Radio, Radio Canada International, and I know somebody was hearing the U.S. national anthem being played over and over and over again on one of the pirate frequencies. There was Ball Smacker Radio, Outhouse Radio, Voice of Honor, Glass Animals Radio, WMOS. So there are tons of pirates yesterday. It was really a great night. Sickle Radio, Boombox Radio. Man, there's more than a page of pirate stations from last night, and I would guess that tonight it might be the same actually. Bob's Old Records. Okay, Keegan the Xer. Have heard of Jaws and Back to the Future. You have to watch both of them, Keegan, at some point. Yes, the Zoom meeting was good. I remember when Jaws came out, I was 8-9 years old, and I remember being freaked out when I saw it. And and Back to the Future is an amazing movie. It is to watch. It is to watch, absolutely. It's really, really good. So Swatcat sent you an e-letter. Let me check it out here. Anything here? I've got Radio New Zealand. Radio New Zealand for a nice EQSL from Radio New Zealand Pacific to our friend there. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. So that's nice. I should write to them, let them know I'm listening. I've been hearing them pretty well all night this week. Jasmine, nice to have you here from Seattle. RJ Dakota, I hope everyone is safe. You can never underestimate the power of moving water at any depth. If it's moving fast enough, definitely. One of the tragedies that was, we were lucky. Me and my brother were up north in a river called the Rivière Rouge, or in English it would be the Red River. And the current in that river, most of the river is not that deep in general, but the current is very strong. And we were in the water, we were playing, and there was a tree that had fallen over, and we had found that by going through a certain path, we could dive, go under the water under the tree, and get out on the other side. And we wouldn't think of anything bad about it because we could see, where the tree was. You could stand up, and water was maybe at your belly button level, so it wasn't that deep. But we would go pass under the tree, and kind of go up the other way. And my brother dived and went under, and it took a long time before it came out. And it turns out that his bathing suit got stuck in the branch. And because the pressure of the current, he couldn't unhook his bathing suit from the branch because the pressure was pushing him too much. And he barely got it out. And I mean, he was kind of in little panic mode when he got out on the other side. Old radios. Jasmine, how's propagation? I finally have some free time to do some DXing this weekend. It's not too bad today. It seems to be good. So hopefully it's going to hold. So anyways, the thing is, you never do stupid things when you get into a river or underwater or anything. And same with the Texas flooding right now. It's crazy. Okay, what else do we have? Let's go down. There we go. Okay. Nancy from Pennsylvania, nice to have you on board. We have Luggerdices woke up at 3 a.m. and thought I had left the radio on that was crackling. It was fireworks. Oh, wow. It's funny because I woke up for Paul the Cat. That wakes me up always around 5 a.m. And I was hearing static. And I'm like, wow, it sounds like a radio's on. And I used my CountyCom GP7 SSB yesterday. And I got distracted by something, and I just put the volume lower and went to do something and thinking I would come back to the radio, and I completely forgot. I went to do something else. So the radio was still on at 5 a.m. I was like, well, battery lasts pretty good, because I turned it on at like 7 p.m. and at 5 a.m. it was still going on. So it's like, oh, battery life's not bad. Man. Jaws and CW. Royal PD9RJ, nice to have you on board. Hope you are well. From, I believe, the Netherlands. Keegan DXer, on July 3rd I had FMDX skip from Utah, Colorado, Idaho, on Dakota Send DX 286 outside mostly, and on my Eton Elite Field inside. Cool. Cool. Jim's Radio Check used to be a printer. Mike WS50, I bought a Brother laser printer that had security issues that I'm glad Joe covered in his computer channel. Yeah, if you updated the firmware, you're okay. There's a really bad flaw in the Brother printers. If they are network printers, the ones that go connect through Wi-Fi, things like that. If you have a Brother printer, go and make sure that your firmware update is done, because there's a huge flaw that hackers can actually exploit online. Bobsell Records, Canada makes some great whiskey, but they don't ship it abroad. Yeah, there's a lot of regulations about alcohol and how, and even between provinces, you're not supposed to buy a bottle of alcohol in Ontario and bring it into Quebec. There's all sorts of rules. Of course, there's no official. There is a border, but there's no border crossing that you have to stop somewhere between the provinces. So, you just buy it, put it in a trunk, and who cares? But there's all sorts of rules. And what else? Ricardo, nice to have you here from Portugal. Lesty, nice to have you here from Chicago. N5COP Frank, K2C is on 14308. Let's see if I can actually hear him. 14308. Yeah, it's like every time on those high frequencies, because these stations are not very far, they skip over me. Almost all of the stations that I made contact with, except for the special ones that are far away, were on 40 meters. Oh, and the funniest thing, the K2L station, is it the K2? No, the K2G station. I actually made contact on 6 meters with the opening yesterday afternoon. I go to 6 meters and I'm like, oh, K2G's on 6. So I got that one on 6 meters actually, FT8. So it's kind of cool. Radio Raising the Dead. I ordered a PL990X from Anna. The Hong Kong Post says sent to India, but Indian Customs still has no clue. It's been a month. Can parcels get lost like this, and do they pop up after a few months? If the thing is I don't know much about how well and how fast the Indian services are for parcels and stuff like that. Usually, when you purchase from Anna from Hong Kong, you get it quite fast. I would follow up. Did you write back to Anna and say, well, now it's been a month, you have a clue of, and have you checked for tracking information where it could be? Or does it, because I believe you must have some tracking information that you can check online. If not, contact Anna. They are very, very good. And let her know that it's been a long time now and you still haven't received your radio, because a month is kind of a long way off now, for sure. I would follow up with a message just to make sure that everything's all right. It's not impossible to have parcels. I call it, we call it get lost. I call it stolen. But it happened. My Streetsburg multicoupler, which is an expensive device, was sent from the United States to here in Canada with UPS, which I didn't. No, not. It was UPS. Yeah, UPS. I didn't want UPS because of the freaking fees that they have here, and they said, well, it's the only way we can send it to Canada. So I was like, okay. It said delivered. I didn't have any package. So I went on the UPS page and started saying, well, I didn't receive my package. It was not delivered. I'm sorry. And when I started raising hell and telling them, look, this is an expensive device and I'm not happy and I want to have my money back. And I started sending tons of emails at every email address of UPS people that I could find. I was like literally bombarding them with, okay, no, you are going to pay for that device. And miracle. Doorbell rings. I never saw who it was. The box, there's a box. And on the box, there's a piece of paper that says, oh, sorry, delivered to wrong address. And I'm like, okay. But I never saw who it was. I never saw anything. And I thought, this is so bizarre. And I was almost wondering, is it because I raised hell that UPS maybe told the driver, look, you didn't deliver it, and we're getting tons of complaints from this guy that he's not happy and he wants his money. And it was very bizarre the way it happened. Very, very bizarre. And when it was left, if I find a package with a radio, a package, any package, anyways, from anybody that's not mine, I go out of my way. If it's not far, I go out of my way and go deliver it myself. And I will ring the doorbell and I'll tell the person, this was delivered to my address. Obviously, it's the wrong address, so I brought your package. I would be happy to tell them, I just brought your package. It was delivered to my email, my address. This one was left on the steps, and when the doorbell rang, it was like that person really didn't want me to know who they were. It just left the box there and a little piece of paper on top, and that's it. It was very, very bizarre. But it's not impossible for packages to get lost. Like I said, I call myself when a package doesn't arrive, I don't call it lost, I call it stolen. Jim Gordon, currently a member of BDXC, the British DX Club, which publishes its monthly bulletin monitor, covers radio spectrum, and I've been with them for years. James VW, nice to have you here from Michigan. Blogger Dice says that U.S. Postal Service has been losing radios lately. Wow, that is something. Yeah, well, they work, but they just have, nothing much. I have a little. I would be able to have, because I have a small. I have to take it out. I have a small, those little Sony Watchmen. Do you guys remember that? The little portable TV. It's a black and white. I have one here, and when I want to test it out, I have a little thing called a video sender, which is a little black box with an antenna that. Whatever you plug in it is retransmitted on channel 3 or channel 4. So what I do is when I want to play around with it, I put the video sender on, one of my old computers, like the Commodore 64 or something, and I switch it so it sends a picture on channel 4, so I'm able to tune something, because, yeah, there's nothing really to tune anymore there. Bob's Old Records, Coors Molson makes Blue Moon. Yeah, but it's kind of it says it comes from Belgium, so I don't know what their licensing thing is with that the Blue Moon. My WX50, I think those old TVs had tubes with stored electrical voltage that could get you if you touched even when unplugged. Oh yeah, definitely. I remember being zapped. I had one of those that it was like a 1975 TV, and because I kind of knew some electronics and stuff. When it stopped working, my friend said, "Well, can you take a look at it? Maybe you could see something that we don't see because we don't know." And I was looking at the circuit board for signs of, maybe something like burnt out or whatever. And while looking at something, my hand slipped, and it actually fell on the circuit board at one particular point. And I mean, that TV was not plugged in for weeks. And I got a real bad electric shock. And I was like, whoa, okay. And that thing had not been plugged in for weeks. So definitely all these old CRT TVs, they have these huge capacitors that old charge, and they old charge for a long time. So even if you unplug them, and if they're not being used for, even if they're not being used for months or years, be careful. Those capacitors might still be charged. What else do we have? That's 50. What else do we have? Four radios misrouted this year. Wow. Okay. Keegan the Xer, smell of beer is enough to repulse me. Yeah, it depends on everybody. My sister is like that. My sister, Carol, she never drinks alcohol. She says just the odor of any type of alcohol, she just can't. Anders Gustafsson, nice to have you on board from Sweden, who is soon to become a radio amateur. Yes, taking the test in August. Well, you know what? I know you're gonna pass it, and hey, we'll have to try to make contact on the bands. A blogger died. The coldest place on earth is a steakhouse in Florida in the summer. Jim Gordon, I recently back from Yorkshire, ale drinkers idea of Evan. Lots of great breweries. And also, it depends on the beer. I mean, I like ales and stuff like that. I hate and am totally incapable of anything that is an IPA. IPAs, I just can't. It's for me, it's really a no-no. Andrew Galloway, it's nice to have you here. RJ Dakota and Lotus Brother Stair still on the local medium wave station. Yeah, I mean, I've noticed, like, for example, WBCQ still have them on. WTWW still has them on. WRMI and WCR, the ones that removed. I'm pretty sure that all of these stations playing Brother Stair are not being paid for it right now. Because it was very clear that starting July 1st, there was no more money spent. So the only thing I can think is either some of the contracts were maybe a little longer and still extend, or they just got nothing else to play and they're like, well, what the hell with it? We're going to play it freebie. I'm questioning myself about that. Because WWCR and WRMI, they're both, everything's off the schedule for Brothers there. And it's clear that starting July 1st, there was no more money being sent to have that on the air. They just don't have any money. So it's going to be interesting to see how many days or weeks is that going to play? I don't know. But yeah, they're still on the air a few places, but it's definitely very different. They're not on the air like they were on the air before. It's like you don't have 14 frequencies of Brother Stair with the same broadcast. Justin was listening to 6910 lower sideband and says they gave no IDs. So, Evan Nathan, do you have some info from when did 10 meters will open? Yeah, one of the best places, and I'm going to share with you guys, is DX Maps. This website, if you go on there, gives you a world map, tells you the openings. For example, right now, there's a huge opening of 6 meters almost everywhere across North America. It's really intense right now. And actually, you know what? If you guys want to see, I'm going to turn on my PC, and maybe I could check out the 6 meter band here, so see what happens, and see if I can make a few contacts on FT8. So this is the website. So if you want to know if 10 meters, 6 meters, Sporting eSkip FM DXing is happening, this is the website, dxmaps.com, Levy Nathan. And you just choose the area of the world where you want to see what's happening. Like, for example, there is some opening on 6 meters on in Europe. And of course, at the top, you have all of the different frequencies. So you can try, for example, 28 megahertz, which is 10 meters. And here it's going to tell you that there's a lot of contacts happening right now on 10 meters, North America, South America, Europe, up to, when you look at the map, there's some going on almost to Israel right now. So it's very interesting to check it out, and definitely go and look at this webpage, dxmaps.com. So what else do we have here? Bob's Old Records, KTWR Guam used to be KYOI in the 80s. Favorite station from back in those years. Jasmine, has anyone heard a clandestine station called Radio Cascadia on 6976? I've seen reports of something like that, but I did see reports on something like that, Jasmine. RJ Dakota heard 6910 too, but it was not coming in clearly. Blogger Die. Oh, see, can you see any red bugs on me? Good. Keegan, I'll be sure to watch those movies someday for sure, Joe. They sound good. John Beckham, nice to have you here from Florida. Let me just go back up. And let me just go back. Okay. Yeah, it's probably kind of a pirate, but yeah, I understand what you mean for that. It's like a clandestine because of the type of programming that it had. Yeah. SWAT cuts, I clearly remember back in 1993 what was called the Great Flood. Nearly the entire state of Iowa was underwater. It was called the Sixth Great Lake. Wow. Rotten Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. Dave Vosh, thank you for the donation. And nice to have you on board from Maryland. And Mr. Radio KP3L, nice to have you here. We have Boyd Mason Lake, nice to have you here. Bobswell Records says last night propagation wasn't too bad, 31 meters, usually nothing, but World's Last Chance from early evening is on something like 10 of them. I had a lot of stuff on 25 and 31 last night that was coming from Asia. A lot of China signals. It was kind of interesting. Nancy, I'm coming in from hot and sunny northeast Pennsylvania with a PIMS. RGA Dakota, same way in the USA. There are dry counties that don't allow sale of any alcohol. Others allow you to buy only so much. There used to be dry states, but I don't know anymore about that. Here it's not that there's any provinces that prevent the sale of alcohol. It's that I believe all sales of alcohol across Canada are provincial things. So here in Quebec we have the SAQ, the Société des Alcools du Québec, which is what drives and they are the ones that have the monopoly of alcohol sales. And Ontario has its own too, and it doesn't mix. You can't. So the Quebec alcohol, a board just doesn't accept that you buy alcohol from somewhere else, and it's a very, I find it completely dumb. Honestly, personally, it's like, who cares? If you allow alcohol, because, we talked about it. There was I got an email from there's a Canadian beer foundation or whatever. It's all the breweries in Canada that are together saying that there's too many taxes on alcohol sales, and I was the first to reply. I am a beer drinker and I consume alcohol, and no, taxes are not high enough. I don't care how many taxes you put on it. Alcohol is not needed. It's not something you have to do, and if you drink alcohol, pay for it. It's like, no, the taxes are not too high. I don't care. And it's like saying, I remember telling people, alcohol creates a lot of problems in a society. So, no, I don't care. If tomorrow morning they're going to tell me my beer is going to be twice as expensive, so be it. And I got no problem with that. And, because it's not something essential. And, it does cause major problems for some people. So, I'm okay with that. And so when I saw that email of the breweries, the different breweries across Canada going across, saying, well, taxes are too high, no, they're not. They're fine. they're fine the way they are. They can even, I don't care. We need more money in the government? Yeah, raise the alcohol taxes. I got no problem with that. It's not something you have to. It's like smoking. Yeah, put the pack of cigarettes 3 times more expensive. I don't care. Same thing with the beer and the alcohol stuff. It is fine. Blogger, when I was a child, Mississippi was a dry state. Heavy traffic in front of my house on the weekends, with all the Mississippians going to Alabama to buy liquor. Wow. I didn't know about that you had dry states that didn't sell alcohol. I thought when Prohibition was gone that everywhere, alcohol was available everywhere. C. Marchi, nice to have you on board from South Carolina. Chris and KN4EXM. Oh, really? We have dry counties in Missouri. Wow. It's interesting. Jasmine, I thought you could buy wine and champagne in grocery stores everywhere until she said that. So here we've got the cheap stuff. There are bottles of wines in grocery stores and dépanneurs, but the good stuff, it's only in the Quebec state controlled or province controlled stores where you get the real stuff and the hard liquor. VT Radio, I got an email one day that a package was delivered. It had a picture that was not my door. However, I found it a few houses away. Picture matched. Yeah, here we have where I live. It's 2 6-apartment blocks together. Here it's it ends with 9-5, and there it ends with 8-5. And sometimes they probably just don't. They look really really fast, and they just see 9-5. So I regularly have a package that's supposed to be delivered here, but it's the block next door that has it. And so when I don't see a package when I'm supposed to have something delivered, usually what I do is I go see the other block, because there's a good chance it's going to be there. Old radios, I want a video sender. I believe they still sell them on Amazon. Let me check it out here. Amazon video sender. Do they still have those? Video sender. Oh, they don't have, because oh, yeah, they do. I think they do here. Oh, wow, this is way too expensive. What's this? Well, they have updated versions. They have video senders that send to HDTV now, which is logical. But if you look at video sender analog TV, do they still have something? No, they don't. They don't sell them anymore. So I guess I'm gonna hold on to mine. Mine is an old analog, so the reason I have a video sender is because there was a time when, a long time ago, I had cable, and you had to pay extra for each TV that you had cable. And I had a TV in my living room, and then I would go to bed, and I had a TV there, and I didn't want to pay extra for the cable in the bedroom. So what I did is I purchased a video sender, and I plugged it in on my VCR, and when I would go to bed, I would put the channel I was watching on the VCR, and the output of the VCR to the video sender would send it wirelessly analog to my TV in the bedroom. It was not the best of the best. I mean, the video quality was okay, but nothing fantastic. But it prevented me from paying extra to send have another TV plugged into the cable. You have a lot of problems with that, Keegan, the refresh that you have to do with YouTube. There's something weird happening with you on your side. So, Mad Reader DX, sir, nice to have you here. And by the way, Mr. Mad Radio DX, sir, look what I got in my mail to yesterday. Da 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 da. Thank you for the QSL. Mine's on the way, by the way. Actually, a little extra, 2 of them. 2 different QSLs are on the way. So thanks for your QSL. And I was very surprised because I still have the envelope here. So you had put a please do not bend on the envelope. And I have the type of mailbox where they usually have to bend everything. Well, you know what? The postman just opened up slightly where there's a little crack, and he just slipped the corner of the envelope, and it was hanging like this outside of the mailbox. But it was like, well, it's not bent. He found a way to not bend it. So, you know. So thanks for the QSL, and mine are on the way. Jim Gordon, can I express my thanks for your computer channel, short videos, YouTube? They are fast, informative, and useful. Thank you so much. That's what they are made for. They're made for as short as possible, but to the point, no extra fluff. And actually, there's a lot of people that like that. They tell me, you know what? I like the fact that there's no extra fluff. You're direct to the point. This is what I have to say. This is how it's done. This is what happens next. And I think a lot of people like the fact that it's like that. So thank you. I have a lot of fun. I mean, doing them and gathering the info everywhere of what's happening in tech. All Raiders can't have a beer because I got the what's Beatus? RJ Dakota. A lot of old radios have capacitors that leaked. Others used to hold quite a large charge. Yep. Old radios likes Guinness. I haven't had a Guinness in a long times. Jim Gordon, I agree with you. I loathe IPAs too. Oh yeah, I can't. It's just so horrible. But some people love them. You know, there's some people that just crave for IPAs. Justin, just hope some good programming comes to fill those spots. Yeah. You know what I had as an idea this week? To write to as many stations that I know that either are only online, like I listen to Radio Polonia News, Daily News. I love it through streaming. There's Radio Sweden Weekly. There's so many of these things that I want to write them, all of them, and say, you know what? It would cost you next to nothing. There's a station called WRMI that would rebroadcast for a very small fee your daily programs. And you would be back on shortwave. Wouldn't you be interested in something like that? I feel like I want to write to them and let them know. I don't, Blogger, I never listen to really what he has to say either, but I like, you know, the moaning sessions were like great for Halloween sound effects. And the only time I listened to Brother Stare is when he started ranting against Glenn Hauser, because Glenn Hauser was actually calling him Brother Scare, and you know, and complaining about where he's like everywhere. And Brother Stare would reply back to Glenn Hauser saying, Mr. Hauser, I am spending millions of dollars and broadcasting on shortwave and blah blah blah. That was kind of entertaining. It's like the back and forth Hauser Stare thing. It was the same thing with Radio Havana Cuba when Jose Arnie Coro. Arnie Coro started ranting at Glenn Hauser, that was ranting at Arnie Coro. And it was like, oh man, this is entertaining. Two guys going at it, and on their own, each other on their broadcast. It's like, okay, but for the rest, apart from the money that was going to these stations, honestly, Brother Stergon of Shortwave is the best thing ever. I mean, come on, that guy is groping little girls, and it's like, if there is such thing as hell, he's in hell. That's definitely the case. Kevin, yeah, that's the other thing also. We're not going to extrapolate on what's replacing it, but yeah, definitely. King and the X or the X maps and FM lists are very helpful to me. John Beckham, with the old vintage stereo from the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, you have lots of capacitor issues. Yeah. Oh yeah, back, it's pretty crazy. Jasmine, I drank sweet tea last night to go to an all-night rave, got home at 6 a.m. and still full of energy. So, that's because you're young. It's not the tea. Wait till you're 56. Kevin, why? Yeah, definitely. What else do we have? Keegan the X, I remember commercials for 5-hour energy Red Bull. Oh yeah, these crazy thing. Bert, yeah, the redneck radio crap on WRMI, taking all of the slots of Brother Stare. I was like, what the hell is that? And what kind of deal did they get? What kind of deal did they get to be everywhere? It's just funny. So yeah, I don't know. So anyways, that's one thing. One thing I want to mention, I've shared the link to this so many times, and it would be sad if it would actually go. There's a website called World Radio History. I've talked about it many times. You get, there's thousands and thousands of magazines, publications stored. They say they have over 140,000 documents and publications. And you can get technical and radio magazines and electronics stuff from 1920s. I was reading a radio book from 1925 this week. So, World Radio History, here's the link to this, which is amazing. Maybe you should start stocking up on all the PDFs that you want from here. They have said that if nothing changes, they will be going offline because the money that it takes to keep this online is too much. And I've heard something like this website costs more than $10,000 a month to keep up and running because of all the storage and all of the stuff that's in there. Plus, when you host a website, usually the data in and out from the website is, there's a certain amount that's included, but it ain't free. You have to pay for all of the bandwidth used. And imagine you're downloading books and PDFs from here. So what they're doing right now, they're searching for either a different hosting service where it's going to cost less, or some of the ideas they had is a GoFundMe or trying to find money to keep this up and running. I would be very sad to see World Radio History website gone, honestly. This would be terrible. It's such a great resource, and if you want to go back and check out some of the old magazines of the day, it's just crazy. It is just crazy. So we're gonna see. We're gonna see what's gonna happen with that. Hopefully, they're gonna find some way to keep it online. Jasmine, I'll still have energy when I'm 56. Yeah. Well, you know what, Jasmine? I go to karaoke, come back when I go to karaoke, I rarely come back before 3 a.m. So it's like I'm one of the tough ones, I guess. And people are like, yeah, you know, you go there and you're like, you're fine, you know. Yeah, World Radio History is very cool. See, Marchi, go listen to it, Chris. It's on WRMI on almost every slot where Brother Stare was. It's now Classic Redneck Radio. Just look at their WRMI schedule. Dave Vosh, and on average, it's roughly $50 per hour to be on the air on WRMI. Of course, it varies. It depends what transmitter. It really varies. So, yep. Jasmine, yes, it does, because there is demand. Apparently, there's something like 17 or 18 million downloads per month. It costs them a huge amount of money just for the bandwidth. People are going there and getting all sorts of things all the time. It is a very popular website. So they just can't afford continuing right now. So, because you gotta remember that when your website has gigabytes and gigabytes of download, you got to pay for it. It's not free. There's no free unlimited website deal when you go to a host. And I know because I've looked at a lot of stuff. And it is very expensive. And they really need to kind of try to find some new way of hosting somewhere. Mike B just ordered a Texan AN07 antenna extender from an Onco for a PL330. I have an AN200 in real antenna. Okay. Kevin Michael heard airport comms with United Airlines 8854 on a Panasonic RF3100. Cool. And what else do we have? So anyways, they're going to check out, Jasmine, what, that's it. Yeah, Jasmine, you can be on WRMI for $50 an hour. And, of course, like I said, it depends on the frequency that you're going to choose. There are some that are more expensive. You know, if you want to be in 15770, that like is amazing across all of North America and even Europe, it might be slightly more, but it's surprisingly cheap. So yeah, we want to hear Jasmine's point of view on WRMI. Why not do it? Maybe some kind of biomedical something that you want to do, or science show or something. So, you know. What else do we have? Dave Osh, love my PL330 except for two things. The clock won't stay. That's all radios. That, or most radios. Yeah, hidden features. Well, you know, a lot of the text and receivers are hidden features, but you know. Simerchi, do you use any HD radios for 2 meters? I have a Yaesu FT65 officially that I can use for 2 meters, and I do have Next Stage Data and a Radtel that could also be used for 2 meters, 70 centimeters, if I would want to. Pedro Joan, nice to have you here from Scotland. How would I get in touch with WRMI? I may know some people who would put something more interesting on. Well, I can probably give you the address here if you want. So, WRMI, if you want to put... I actually contacted them, saying if I wanted to put something on, what should I do? And he gave me... Actually, it's a year old now, but the price that he gave me is like it could be as low as $40 per hour. So if you want, so broadcast with us, and here's the page, and you can broadcast with us. They have maps of the different coverage. Let me see. Is there the contact us page is not found? Wow, 404 not found in the contact page. That's not good. What is about WRMI? Wow, about WRMI also isn't available right now. So, wow, there's something happening with their webpage right now. Did we all go at the WRMI page at the same time and now it's not working? Yeah, it's a 404 everywhere right now. I think we're overwhelming the WRMI website. There you go, contact us. Here's the email for WRMI and the phone number. So Jasmine, if you want to take note, or anybody out there, if you guys want to put something on, this is WRMI. WRMI, contact info, phone number, and email. And check it out. Check it out. Oh yeah, I probably still have your address, absolutely, but it's all up here. Info at WRMI.net and 1-305-559-9764. I personally even thought of you know, if we could put something on the air with me going on WRMI with something. Jeff White, I would need to contact him again, because I had asked Jeff White about some having him on the live shows on Saturday, and asking, you know, kind of interviewing him about the operations of WRMI in Okeechobee, Florida, and all of that, which I'm sure you guys would probably enjoy. I would need to contact him again. One thing for sure is that Paul the Cat Show, said Jeff K. Yeah, Paul the Cat Show, that definitely. Paul the Cat, meow. Radio Gilles International. Justin, yeah, I don't, unless you're close to Sweden, I don't see a lot of people. I mean, even Don Moman in Alberta, which has an amazing station. he can't hear it, and if he can't hear it, I don't know. It's really tough to catch, and it's on a frequency that's odd. And I mean, it's 17.2 kilohertz. There's a lot of radios that don't even go there, so it's kind of tough and complicated. So Penny C, nice to have you here. So you know what? I am open to an idea, and I've always been kind of interested in a possibility of getting on the air. But the problem is like I don't want to have to. As inexpensive for a broadcast $50 an hour is, you still have to pay for it, and that means you need to have a steady flow of people giving you something somehow to have that maintained, which is So I don't know. I'd have to check out what we could do with that, and I had all sorts of ideas. I had an idea of, like this live show, for example. Even though there's a visual aspect, I had an idea that this live show could be streamed like 2 or 3 hours of it, like 3 hours of the live show could be streamed live on WRMI as it's happening here. That would be kind of a cool thing too. So it's a question of funding, because it is money to be spent. So Jeff K can meet Smelly Cat. Might be one of the inner features that I like about the PL330 is the ability to plug in AN200 into the antenna input. Get a stronger signal and better signal to noise ratio, and then with coupling. Yeah, because now a lot of radios allow that too with the medium wave band. RJ Dakota, you could relay the show you do on Sunday mornings on Shortwave. Yeah, the International Radio Report. When I was thinking about something on WRMI, one of the things I thought was, because you gotta create content also, which takes time in a already busy schedule that I have. But I had thought, well, if I would take an hour, there could be 30 minutes, which is the International Radio Report that I'll put there, and the other 30 minutes would be something about radio that I put together every week. So I don't know. It's kind of interesting to see. One thing that I did think about in that maybe would, I don't know how well it would work, is how about I put in 1 hour and I will go to Jeff White at WRMI and tell him, give me 1 hour a week totally free of charge, and I will make sure that my followers try to donate to WRMI to compensate and pay for the airtime at the same time. So that was an idea that crossed my mind. So give me an hour free, and I'll push for donations to the station, to WRMI operations. And if you find it satisfactory that the money that's coming in, I get my free airtime. I think this would be an interesting deal to do with WRMI. WF7I Homebrew says, whoops, I lost my spot. Here we go. I'm hearing a couple of the 13 colony stations on FT8 30 meters, K2B, K2L. Justin, the last stream was neat to watch. Yeah, from the ACQ, I'm sure. Jasmine, 36 likes. Smash the like button. SI1 NYC, would enjoy hearing you on WRMI or any other shortwave station. One thing that I am more fond of because of the DXing hobby for some of you, I was tempted to not use WRMI for a broadcast, but use an overseas relay. For example, I don't know, now in Germany, or Wofferton, UK, or Issoudun, France, and have if I would have a 1 hour show, have it broadcast from Europe to North America, which would add to the fun of, well, I'm hearing your broadcast, but you're coming from overseas. That could be kind of interesting, you know. Kev Michael, reach beyond Australia on 17650 with Bible Talk at 4 p.m. Craig says, start a GoFund page. Yeah, that'd definitely be something interesting. Jasmine, I have something that will blow your mind, which could help you do a show. I'll email you about it. Cool, Jasmine. Let me know. Let me know. Yeah, I know AI is, but still. We don't have an all AI show too, you know. But yeah. Kevin Michael, how you compare the Panasonic RF3100 to the Texan PL990 and Gradic Satellite 800? Well, since I don't have any of the others, I can't say. I mean, these radios are great. The PL990 is an amazing radio for today's technology. I think they all have their place probably as amazing radios, you know. Yeah, I know, Jasmine, but I'm not sure I want to go AI way of it's something it's fun to have a kind of human thing. I don't know. Anyways, just send me that email. I'll check it out. Blogger died. A Panasonic RF085, Ratty RF760, Quarter Send DX86, Texan R9700, Texan PL230, 990, Gradic G5, Ethon Elite Executive, all allow plugging in external antenna on medium wave. Cool. Yeah. Well, I'll check it out. You know, every idea is interesting. The concepts and all of it is interesting. Definitely. Okay, Jasmine. I get what you're talking about. Yeah. David in Barcelona, Spain. ¿Cómo está mi amigo? AA3IEK SWL EA4998URE. Nice to have you on board, having fun with the QO100 geostationary satellite. Pretty cool. So that could, yeah, you know, it's everything's possible. Everything's possible. And I don't know, could be kind of fun. I need to take care of my caregiving duties for a couple of minutes and get myself a second beer to continue the show. So I will leave you with the soothing sounds of Trenton Military in Ontario, Canada. And don't forget, if you like what I do, please help out. It is much appreciated. You guys have come through pretty well in the last month, and it shows, and it really, this is my paycheck. So you know what? If you are out there and if never given something, you're always here every day, every week, everything I do you want to see. why not? Why not give a little something? Super chat. And of course, there's the Pizza Fund and Paul the Cat treats. If you want to help out, it is so much appreciated. This one is through PayPal at the email that I just sent. Much appreciated. So, like I said, 6754, which should not be on in the daytime, has been on this week, and we don't know why. I don't hear it on 15034, but Trenton Military on 6754 Upper Sideman right now, coming here. So I'll be back, guys, in a few minutes. It's up and down propagation.
Greenwood, time 2100 Zulu, wind 240 at 13, gust 18, wind variable between 220 and 290, visibility 15, dew cloud at 25,000, temperature 26, dew point 12, altimeter 298. Brig. Gander, time 2100 Zulu, wind 010 at 9er, visibility 15, 3,000 scattered, ceiling 4,800 broken, 1,000 broken, 6,000 broken, temperature 21, dew point 17, altimeter 2984. Brig. Halifax, time 2100 Zulu, wind 320 at 12, gust 18, wind variable between 280 and 260, visibility 15, dew cloud at 4,200, dew cloud at 5,700, dew cloud at 16,000, temperature 23, dew point 13, altimeter 3000. Brig. Terminal forecast. Halifax, valid from the 5th at 2100 Zulu until the 6th at 1800.
So, Trenton Military in Ontario, Canada, coming in. And here we go. It's, everything seems to be pretty okay and pretty good right now. So that's pretty nice. Anything else here? Thank you, Bert, for the donation. Much appreciated. WF79 Homebrew. And nobody said hello through email right now. Doesn't seem like it. So pretty cool. Okay. Let's check it out here. Hi, Jasmine. Who? Trenton Military. Jasmine, love picking up the Canadian Forces HF comms. You know, you like utilities, and you like not like if you like to hear and try to hear Canadian stuff, This is interesting because this, if Jasmine, if you haven't asked for a sample copy of the Messenger, do it this month to check it out. I have all the frequencies of the Canadian Coast Guard in the Arctic, including air traffic in the different Arctic airports, frequencies, and there's a lot of stuff I'm pretty sure you're going to pick up in Seattle, including decoding the Navtex transmissions and maybe some weather facts coming out of the Nunavut, Canada area. So you should check it out. You should check it out. RCW Radio, nice to have you on board. From Chile, we are on 6925 and 7535 for Central America. Are you on right now, RCW Radio International or Worldwide? Campania Worldwide in Chile. Pretty cool. Jasmine, I wonder how much longer these developments will be on the air. Yeah, I don't know. It's we've lost Gander for the air traffic control over the Atlantic and stuff. So Gander involvement is now gone. So I know that if you're a fan of air traffic control listening or anything aviation, planes are slowly transiting or changing all of their communications towards satellite comms. So there could be less and less, air traffic control traffic on shortwave in the coming years. I think there should always be a possibility of using it as a backup. A great example of that is last year in 2024. There was a huge outage of some of the comm satellites, and the boats at sea for several hours suddenly found themselves not even knowing where they were and not able to communicating with anyone because too many or a big majority of the boats on that were on the ocean didn't have any HF radios. If they had an HF radio to compensate, they would have been able to call some Coast Guards and give more details and get details of where and how and what's happening. But now that satellite service was down and there was no backup. There was no other way of doing the communications. And that could happen with planes too. Stephen Harper, nice to have you on board. Bobsole Records, let's turn it into a drinking game. Take a shot of Fireball every time he says no report received. You'll be drunk in probably 20 minutes. Bobsole Records. Oh man, that reminds me of when I was with my gang at there's a pub here called the Peel Pub in Montreal that's closing down after 60 years. It's the actual pub, first pub I've ever been to. When I was in college and with my bulletin board friends, we would have GTs, get-togethers, and we would go there. And they had trivia. They had a wireless console with trivia, which was really cool. But we would have fun because we had a game called Biff Boff, which was every time, so we would go around the table if we were like 7 or 8 people. And it was, we'd go like if the number was an odd number, like 1, you had to say Biff. It was an even number, it was Boff. And we had rules like every time it's a 7 or something that you can divide by 7, you have to say Biff Boff, and then it reverses direction. So it got so confusing, and if you weren't really good in math, so we had fun with that because we would always have people that were bad in math, so like they would get drunk like crazy because they had to take a shot every time they lost. Oh man, things we do when we were young. Kevin Michael let me just go back here. VMC. So Jeff K, thank you for the pizza fund, much appreciated. VMC Eastern Australia with marine weather in SSB mode. Tilbrook Tim, Zadig webpage has been hijacked. Instead of getting a driver, you download some other unrelated webpage. Let me check that out here. Zadig driver. Have you been able to do anything yet, Tilbrook Tim? Or you're still stuck? Zadig, if I go there, and I click download for Zadig 2.9, what does it do? You should check your PC, man, because here I just downloaded Zadig 2.9. It doesn't bring me anywhere else, and it downloads the Zadig. I hope you're here. I'm going to send you this is the page where you should be. Okay, Zadig driver is here. You should be on this page. Here. Because it's very weird. Who do I write? Yes, I won this. Okay, so it's sample at cidxclub.ca. Jasmine. Just say you want to have the sample copy. And if you like it, if you like what you see, $10 a year is nothing to subscribe, to be a member actually. And you'll be a member of the Canadian International DX Club, and you will also, there's a monthly Zoom we have. It's, you know. Brad Shaver, nice to have you on board. Oh, that's random. Nice to have you here. M7FHH. Much appreciated. Brian Penny, nice to have you on board. And there you go. You can become a fan of the Pirate Free Radio too. And Brian Penny has the Pirate Radio column in the bulletin. So do check it out. Come on, guys. And why not join the club? It's inexpensive and you've got something, you know. Even if you're part of another club, you know, I was part at some point of probably 10 different clubs. Because each club, each bulletin have different ways of bringing in the information. And it's actually fun to be part of different clubs. So please do check it out. It'd be fun to have you guys on board. It's really, really cool. Radio Red October, nice to have you here from Finland. Yeah, the problem with pirates, Jasmine, is that they're a lot of the pirates are like music only oriented now, but it's you know, there used to be so many really cool pirates at some point. All right, VT Radio, have a good dinner. What is this? It's about radio, shortwave radio. We're listening to Trenton Military Canada here. And we're tuning stuff on the radio, talking about radio and so on. So there's all sorts of things. 14308, yeah, which is one of the was one of the 13 colony stations. So pretty cool. So take care, Bert. Always nice to have you on board. Thank you for the donation, much appreciated. And let's see here. Joseph, nice to have you on board. Nice to have you on board. Kevin Michaels got involvement from Honolulu Radio on 6501 at times. Yep. Sometimes Norfolk, Virginia. Well, that's not a Volmet. That's more of the Coast Guard Marine broadcasts that you have there. And actually, let's check it out. I think they are on at this time, pretty sure. Let's see if we hear the U.S. Coast Guard. 13089. We got nothing here. 8764. Maybe you're too early. No. 8764. You guys can try 13089.
Winds 10 to 15 knots. Should be the southwest in the afternoon. Speed 2 to 4 feet. Saturday night. North winds less than 10 knots. Speed 2 to 4 feet.
So this is the U.S. Coast Guard in Chesapeake, Virginia on 8764. So pretty cool. Radio Red October, it's nice to listen to a program like this at night. It's almost 1 a.m. in Finland. Well, you're welcome aboard, and it's fun to, I get what the drift there. It's always fun to have something to listen to at some point. It definitely. Peter, thank you for the donation, much appreciated. And David Newmeyer, thank you for the donation, much appreciated. Welcome to everybody that is giving a little something. Like I said, every amount helps. Jim's Radio Check does here 13089. Probably it's jumping over here at 13089. I got nothing. J Projects, nice to have you here from San Diego, California. Jasmine can hear it also, so pretty cool. So this is the Chesapeake, Virginia Coast Guard weather. You know, an example, Jasmine, of sometimes you think maybe it's good to shut down some services and so on. 2 years ago, the U.S. Coast Guard decided that all the broadcasts that had WeatherFax transmissions would be decommissioned. And, you know, you might think, well, I guess nobody uses that anymore. Well, when that happened, they came back because there was so much comments and so many emails saying, whoa, what did you do? I need those. I do use those. I need the WeatherFax charts. And they actually reactivated the whole thing because they found out that really a lot more services out there that are, you know, on the seas for all sorts of reasons are actually using the charts, and they want to know they're helping. It's helping for their own planning of going out there on the Atlantic Ocean and so on. It was kind of interesting. I was like, wow, okay, coming back, because there's a lot of people saying, look, I use this, and I need it. It was very, very interesting. So it was very, very interesting to see that it came back because of that. You know, it's not something, because we always think that, and I'm not deaf or I'm not stupid in thinking how HF could be replaced by other means, including satellite. But you see these things happen, and you're like, well, you know what? That's where we got to be careful, because HF is maybe more important than we think at times. And so we got to be careful with taking decisions and thinking, well, I guess this is old, obsolete technology, and no one uses it anymore, you know? And this is where we got to be careful, honestly. So it's interesting, because sometimes we might jump to conclusions that are, you know, false. What else do we have? Kev Michael. Well, right now it's not. 8764 is Chesapeake, Virginia right now, Kev Michael. At 22:30, there will be a Point Reyes, California broadcast. But the one right now from 21:30 UT and on is Chesapeake, Virginia. Red Radio October. Oh yeah, absolutely. I use an SDR all the time. I mean, I've got this fancy icon here, and when I got and used my first SDR, I stopped using it. It's just amazing to use a software-defined radio. And, you know, I mean, this is an hybrid. I mean, what you see on the screen here is actually my Yaesu FTDX10. It's not a computer. It's a real receiver that's down here, which is my ham transceiver that I use. But it's an SDR. It's an hybrid machine. It is an SDR in a radio. J Projects, remember a few years ago, one of the stations sent weather facts on 8992 for a while, apparently accidentally. Yeah, it happens sometimes that they have these things. Jasmine says essential services should always have a backup. Putting all eggs in one basket is not smart. Definitely. Yeah, I think broadcast radio is an essential service. I think it is a lot more than we think. I think, once again, we rely too much on the newer technology. It's easy for all of that to have, problems. And I think, it's wonderful. I mean, moving on with new technologies is great. It's fine that we use satellite for stuff and we use, new means of communications. As long as you keep, I think, everything working to make sure that you have some way of communicating back, So, old radios, you have to find some way of, setting up somewhere where you can do something and not have to worry about the fact that, your dad's is blasting the TV. Even radio with earphones. Put earphones on. By the way, it was so beneath me. There's new tenants. It's a couple that lives there. So I've met them this week because they have a cat that actually came in my home. And I'm going to show you a little picture of the cat. I'm trying to find a good picture of the cat. So that's when he was trying to get in my home. Actually, he was coming in my home. She was. It's a she. So this is the cat, and coming in my backyard. And I even have a little video here of the cat that I was petting. So this is the cat. So she's beautiful. She's called Gigi. And while we were talking about cats, and my Paul the cat actually went into her house, her cat Gigi went into my house. She was asking if she doesn't make too much noise, and you know what? She looks at me and she says, because I have the radio on all the time. And I was like, radio? And she's young. And I was like, she listens to the radio? Oh, wow. And I mentioned that my wire was for amateur radio, and she said, oh, you're an amateur radio operator. My uncle does that. And I was like, oh, this is so cool. It's like she knows what I'm talking about somehow. But next time I see her, I want to ask her what she is listening to. What does she listen to on the radio? Because I was like, oh, someone listens to the radio. Oh, I don't see that often right now, especially when you have young people around. So I'm going to ask her more questions on that. So, yeah, she's very cute cat. And it's just so fun. So she came in up to my office here, to the living room. She was like looking at everything. It was just so funny to see her come in. So she is very cute, absolutely. So one more cat in the neighborhood. What else do we have? What else do we have? Well, a lot of people have an AM radio in their car. It's actually one of the most important places where people listen to the radio still. 2 Rogue Tim, thank you so much for the tip. RJ Dakota, modern technology is fun until something goes wrong. Then you have to fall back. Absolutely. Dave Vosh, yeah, car. Old radios, I use an AM transmitter with mine so I can avoid windbag political talk. You know, there's when there was some hurricanes that hit the East Coast in Florida also, people were actually, a lot of people didn't have radios, but in all the stories, a lot of people did get their news by going into their cars and listening to the AM radio in their cars. There's a lot of reports of that. It's true, like Jasmine says, not everybody has a car. Like I live in a big city. I don't need a car, and I don't have a car. But if you do not live in a big city, pretty much everybody outside of big city has a car. It depends where you live. Outside of big cities, pretty much everybody drives. But in big cities, it's a different thing. But still, it's very interesting. Like when one of the hurricanes that hit Florida, there is a couple that actually called WFLA in Tampa Bay, Florida, and said, well, you know what? I listen to you guys right now because we have no power, and we're in the car listening to you guys on the AM radio. You're pretty much the only thing that we're hearing right now, and you have full coverage of hurricane and what's happening. So, RJ Dakota. Yeah, the cat's so cute, Benici. Absolutely. The cat is very, very beautiful. And so nice. I mean, the first thing that I noticed is, wow, you're adopting me immediately. I don't know what I have as an attraction, but you know what? There's something about me that cats just love. They tend to just come over and like, oh wow, you're friendly, you're nice. I wanna be your friend. RJ Dakota, yeah, that's the big advantage of AM radio also. The AM radio, the medium wave radio, is a most robust media because it has a tremendous footprint at night. You could be in a disaster zone, but be served by somebody or a station that's much further away that you will still hear and trying to help you out from there. This is also what happened in North Carolina with one of their hurricanes last year. It's pretty crazy, and that's why AM radio is needed. It is really needed. Old radios, I don't drive. I'm terrified. There are a lot of people like that, by the way. Old radios. It's a normal thing, and especially if you don't drive often. I mean, I was telling Sheldon. I said, driving a car in Montreal is something because it's a big city. There's a lot of traffic, but especially getting on some of the highways is like, oh god. It's like my sister that died of cancer. I still remember. She would come to town. And she would tell me, I will park my car on the South Shore near the subway, because we have a subway station going across the St. Lawrence River underneath, and it's on the South Shore. She said, I will park my car there, and you come and meet me there, and because I don't want to go in town. I don't want to go inside Montreal city. It's just, I'm too scared. I'm too scared to drive a car there. And it's like, yeah, I understand. I understand. It's crazy. I mean, people drive like nuts. It's here too. And not counting the fact that most people don't know how to drive. Even though they had a course, they don't know how to drive. So yeah, it's normal. King NGXer, I listen to NPR BBC News from 89.3 WNPN Newport, Rhode Island, with headphones while in Providence at the airport, waiting for my sister out back to the northwest Arkansas from there. Yeah. And you know what I did? I was doing, I baked blueberry muffins today. And while I was doing it, I was listening to NPR. They had a great story about Bruce Springsteen today. It was very, very interesting about one part of his career where he went into, like a broken heart status, we'll say it. And he wrote like several albums that were kind of slowed down, broken-hearted, I need to find someone new. And he thought, well, now the next album has to be better because how long will my fans, accept that I'm in that mode? And it's very, very interesting right away. It was like a beautiful, if you have the occasion to hear it on NPR, it was a beautiful and very well-made kind of documentary, if you want, of Bruce Springsteen. It was very, very interesting. And I'm a fan of Bruce Springsteen, so it's like I found that super cool to hear that. Jasmine, yeah, I think a lot of people don't understand living in a city and not needing a car. Yeah, well, that's the thing. You do put the finger on the problem here, Jasmine, because here I lived through that too. If anybody coming out of town comes here and it's like, you don't have a car, it's as if I'm an alien or some weird guy. And it's like, no, you don't understand. I have a subway station just at the corner street here. I'm downtown Montreal in 25 minutes? I don't need, and there's a lot of buses here in town. The bus service in Montreal is crazy good. So it's like, why pay for the expenses of a car and all of that? There's no reason for it. I live in a big city. Yeah, I know, for going out of town, there's something called renting a car. And because it's not my car, I don't have to care for it once I return it. That's what I tell everybody. But, for somebody that's not in a big city, it's tough to understand. It's like, well, everybody has a car. No, not in the city. Actually, there was a report coming out. They're saying that the youngest generation right now that are coming to the age of driving, most of them don't even want a car. It's like there's a new generation coming out and saying, whoa, why should I have that expensive thing when I don't really need it? And, because I've been in the mode of I don't need a car. I've been in the mode I rent a car when I want one. Oh, you want to go somewhere? Yeah, I'll rent a car for a week. I'll do what I want, bring it back, and I don't have to care about a car after that. That's the way it is when you're in a big city, But when you're outside a big city, oh yeah, totally. If I would live in a small rural area around Montreal, of course I'd have a car. Everybody needs a car there. We all need a car when you're not in a big city, because it's not the same thing. Radio Red October, 4625 the buzzer, UVB 76. I haven't heard it in Montreal in such a long time. Such a long time. Oh, they don't happen very often, Kevin Michael. You have to be extremely patient. Jasmine says the cost of taking a Lyft or Uber or renting a car if going out of town is much less than the cost of owning one. Yeah, exactly. That's what I tell everybody. I said even if I would rent a car 5 or 6 times a year, it's a lot less expensive than owning a car. But you know what? A lot of people do have cars, and we do need AM radio in the cars. And if you're outside of a big city, you need to have, you know. Oh, I totally understand that, Mike WX50. And I mean, if you have a car, that is something, you know, cool to just like get in a car and go wherever you want. Absolutely. And I'm not taking away the coolness of owning a car and just driving. You know, you decide on I want to go here tomorrow morning. Let's go. You know, absolutely. You know, renting a car, you have to plan things ahead. You can't just you don't go and say, hey, I want a car, because you won't have a car. You need to plan it in advance. Penny C, my coworker has 6 cats. That must be a lot of food to buy each week. Yeah. Matthew the Xer just saw the part where I got my QSL. I was away. Glad you got it. And the postman did not bend it. I think you said you sent me a QSL in return. Yep. 2, actually. I'll have 2. I put 2 cards in the envelope. So you should be getting that. DJ Alvin, the buzzer, guy's voice. 4624. You're hearing somebody? Hey Perry, nice to have you on board from Sherbrooke. Sad here where I live, there are no more AM stations, and the FM stations only have news during the day and connect to the network stations in Montreal at night. Yeah, that is the sad part of radio reorganizing stuff. Kingan listens to Weekend Edition NPR News and Scott Simon on Saturday mornings. So there's some talk apparently on 4624, the buzzer, near the buzzer frequency. Well, I have to say, Jasmine says I'm not someone who would just drive somewhere without planning. I guess I need to know what a place I'm going to. That's the way you are. But I will tell you one thing. If I had a car available anytime, I would be like WX50 here. I would be probably jumping in a car at like any time, saying, "Okay, I'm off to wherever." You know, I would maybe even just I just want to drive. Who cares? And go somewhere without any planning. I am capable, and I'm one of the guys that often through my experiences in life was let's just go anywhere. Let's jump in the car and whatever happens. You know, I still remember doing that in the 90s with friends. Jumping in the car and it's whatever, and ending up, we're on the United States border. How about we go to the States for a couple of hours? And they're like, yeah, fine. Even worse, there was one of the best stories. I'm with friends and we're driving, and I didn't say anything, but I had noticed that at one road where there was no border station, no nothing. And we're driving, and suddenly I look at the different, the street, the road signs, and I'm like, wow, we're in the United States here. I had no idea. We had crossed, and it was like, But there was no, I didn't even see a little something saying, hey, welcome to the US or whatever. So I'm driving and I decided, it's like, I'm going to say nothing. And we'll see how long does it take for the passengers, for my friends, to notice. So we're going, we're driving, and then one of my friends says, "What are these signs? They don't look like Quebec signs." And I'm like, "They're not. We've been in the United States for about an hour now." And he's like, "What?" Yeah. It's like, I don't know. It's like, I didn't even know where we crossed into the United States. The road we had was like, okay, here we are. It's like, it was just crazy. And then we came back to another border crossing, and it was like, what do you do? It was like, well, and I explained to the guy, I said, well, we kind of ended up in these states, and I didn't know, I had no idea until I started seeing the road signs and saying, wow, I'm in the States. Okay. I mean, that was like 1995, 6, somewhere there. It was just so funny. One of those funny moments. That I can get it that people love having and owning their car. I totally understand that. It's just I don't feel the need personally because of the big city where I am. Shane, nice to have you here. Cars don't come with AM anymore. They have these touchscreens that you can listen to your favorite music stream and apps. Well, a lot of cars have the AM radio still, Shane. And actually, your car has an AM radio. If you update the firmware of that touchscreen, that radio you have with the touchscreen, you will see that you can turn on AM. It's part of it. It's a lot of the car radios that don't display AM. It's a firmware update to turn it on. Nothing more. Kevin, Brother Stare on 9930. Yeah, that's WTWW, still having Brother Stare. 804 Marty, I have 2 cars and I can choose which kind of ride I'm in the mood for. George, 1950s, Deep Space. Welcome aboard. Loving the live streams. Cheers. And, oh yeah, people listen to different things on the car, that's for sure. Oh yeah, yeah. But I tell you, Shane, your radio, even if you don't see it, if you have you can have a firmware update, and you can tell you it will turn on AM. A lot of the radios, that's what they do. They just hide it. And when you start looking at the instructions of if you update firmware, you can actually turn it on. They're kind of sneaky. It's like they're saying, oh, we don't have AM radios anymore in the cars. Yeah, you do. You just need a firmware update to turn it on. Jasmine, considering the content of AM radio in the States, yeah. When I do some AM DXing to see what's on, I gotta say, when I get to AM stations in the US, I'm a little find it a little rough to listen to. I gotta say that there's way too much political crap, and that is probably, if I had one comment, is you guys need to get off the political stuff off the radio. It's way too intense. And there would be a lot more and a lot better content. I'm going to tell you that. Okay, so let's check out here what's on. Okay. Okay. There we go. David Ward, nice to have you here. There are a lot of AM stations here in Texas. Sal Morel, nice to have you on board. Kim Michael, I use community buses to get around. It is great. I'm on the bus listening to Jill. Sly Dogs. James, radio check. Yep. I mean, there's so much crap on the AM bands, I can tell you. You know. It's sad because it is something. You know, and thank you for the tip, Madrid the Xer, by the way. You know, I hear all of those stations when I tune around the bands, and I mean, in between, there are some frequencies that have some interesting stuff to listen to. But I am so amazed that when I tune the mini wave band to see what's on, if I'm hearing anything DX or whatever, man, you move from one station to the other, 10 kilohertz apart. They have the same programming with the same political talk, and you're like, how can you not drive people nuts when that's what is the entire AM band? Just crappy political talk all the time. I mean, you got to take a break from that kind of stuff. Here in Canada, there isn't, you know, the Montreal area AM radio, and anything in Canada I hear, it's not polarized as much. It's not political as much. It's a mix of all sorts of things. We have a lot of ethnic stations. It's kind of, the AM band is used differently here in Canada, I guess. You know. Kev Michael, Jill on the border, you have split towns. Walk across the street here in Canada. Yeah, I know. We even have a library. There's a big debate because there's a library that is halfway in Canada, halfway in the U.S., and the U.S. administration wants to block the access. Bad people could cross the library, apparently. Oh God, I can't anymore. RJ Dakota, there's a few decent music stations on medium wave. KL, PW plays classic rock, American type music. I've already heard. You know, where I hear the most, what would probably sound interesting to me, is these graveyard channels where everything is jam-packed. You hear a mishmash of noise, but when you listen to it carefully, it's like, well, there's a lot of music stations here. There's a lot of little things that I think would be very interesting. But, you know, it's not the big gun powerhouse 50 kilowatters that just blast away. And it's not the same thing. DJ Alvin says the buzzer has some propaganda music. Yeah, it's possible. There's been a lot of things happening with the buzzer since the Russian-Ukraine war happened. Being reported of all sorts. Absolutely. What else do we have? College football game on the radio. It's awesome, says Chris. Devash going to move to my interactive computer upstairs. Shane, listen to my Texan 680 on the bus. That must attract a little bit of attention. Having a, it's like if I'd get on the bus and I don't know, I'd bring this. And it's like, okay, I'm gonna listen to something on the bus. One of the funniest moments I've ever had was a good 15 years ago, at least. When I got my Super Radio 3 from the GE Super Radio 3 from Canadian Tires. There was a little portable on top that was there, which was the what was it? The Ethon. I'm trying to remember the model number. It was a very thin little red portable, and it was so funny because I would put it in my shirt pocket, but to hear stations I had to extend the antenna, so I would walk on the street. I guess it does attract attention. I would walk on the street like this, the antenna extended, so it's like I would walk, the antenna would extend, and people were like, what the hell is that guy doing? And I remember I was like listening to China radio and all those stations that were on, and I was like, yeah, I gotta extend that antenna like this because it doesn't work anyways. But boy, did people just look at me like, what the hell is that guy doing? RJ Dakota, a lot of stations are indeed owned by only a few companies. That's a huge cause of this problem. Yeah, it's the same here in Canada. Huh? You know, a handful of big companies own everything, and it dilutes and makes the programming uninteresting because it's not local anymore. It's not personalized to where you are, which is sad. The Wind 1960, nice to have you on board from New York. Marvin Mutz, nice to have you here from the Japan Islands. AM band is used to by construction workers here. Construction workers? Really? Jim's Radio Check. Listen on AM 1220 from Catherine, Canada. Awesome. Channel plays great music. So cool. Amstax, nice to have you here. Any chance Internet Archive could acquire? Yeah, I thought about that. The Internet Archive could be a place for all the content to be sent to, because world radio history removal would definitely be a really sad thing. Penny C 12035 Radio Farda is on now with Persian music. Yeah, Radio Farda has been back on the air. Radio Marti, guys, is back on the air on weekdays. If you guys have not noticed, so here it is. Radio Farda coming in quite well right now. 12035. Radio Marti is back on 11860, on 11930, on 13605, and some heard Radio Marti also on 9565. It's from the Greenville, North Carolina transmitter. So Greenville has been reactivated on shortwave. And so they are Monday to Friday, 14 to 22 UTC. I've been receiving him here and coming in very well. It's interesting. I saw one of the comments that I saw this week is someone saying, I've never cared for Radio Marti before, but now that they're back, I'm kind of happy for some reason that they are back on the air. Yeah, definitely. So it also is interesting because it tells us that the Greenville transmitter side is in good working order. And we still have
Tuli, special report at 2212 Zulu.
Trenton military still coming in, and coming in actually better now on 6754 upper sideband. Jasmine, just want to say thank you to librarians in general, like teachers. They do a great service to society and are underappreciated. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I'll tell you that. You know, when I go through my high school years, mostly high school, in the first primary school, was an we're going to call it uneventful, school years. But in high school, there were a few teachers that really, truly changed my life and my perception of things. And giving me that drive to, that when I went to applied sciences in college, was my physics and chemistry teachers. They both were so passionate about it. And I was like, this is so cool. This is where I should go and do something. I've told you guys the story so many times. I was when my mom came close to dying when I was in high school, in the 5th grade of high school. My grades went down. I was still passing. I still had grades that were good enough to get my diploma, but they weren't the grades that I used to have, which were like top A grade. And I'll always remember that the math teacher one day came up to me, and in my head all I had was my mom's gonna die. I was really not there. I was in class, but my head was just like and my emotions and everything, and I couldn't get it out. I was stuck. I was like a 16-year-old guy that couldn't blurt out anything. I was stuck with my emotions and couldn't talk about it. Like being from the generation of boys don't cry, guys don't cry. I was keeping it inside and just like, but I still remember when she said, can I talk to you after class? And I said, yeah. And she looked at me and she says, these are not the grades that I'm used to from you. Is there something going on in your life right now? And today I wish I could have told her. Today I'm in the mode where I do wish I could have just blurted out, my mom is probably going to die. And that's all I think about. I'm going to lose my mom. But I couldn't. I just said, no, everything's fine. And, she knew nothing. I'm sure she knew something was not going right. And I just said, no, it's fine. It's all right. It's okay. And she let me go. But I'm sure in her mind it was like, no, this guy, something's wrong. He just doesn't talk about it. But I think of a teacher like that, and for me today, well, top teacher. What an amazing person. She actually took some time to say something's wrong with this guy. I want to talk to him, and that was beautiful, But yeah. That's and I was stuck in my own little world, so I couldn't talk about it, honestly. I didn't even talk about it with my friends. It tells you guys how bottled up inside I was in 1986. It just went on in my life, but it affected my grades. Of course, your mom might die tomorrow. It was something, So, yep, teachers and, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Talking of librarians, it was so funny because when I got my first, I still remember, when I got my first library card, I was about 12. I went to the library on my own, and I said, I want to have a library card. And of course, you needed the approval of your parents to have a library card back in the day. And I'm talking 1980-ish, probably 1980. And so I remember she called up my mom, and she said, okay, your kid is here and he wants a library card, is it okay, and so on. And she asked a few questions and so on, and I got my first library card. I remember a little blue card, and then I could take books home. It was so cool. I could take books home, and of course the first places I would go is what? Astronomy, weather, and radio. there's like all of this going on. It's like, what are the books I can get? And I found that so cool to just, see how you could get all of that. And it was just so amazing for me to be part of those, part of all of that and having all of that info and everything. But the funny story about it, like I was saying, is when I got my card, the lady that gave me my card, I met her maybe 6 or 7 years ago. She's retired today. And I think I was at the groceries. And I looked and it's like, oh man, I recognized her. She was much older, but I recognized her. And actually, I didn't talk to her. I just looked and she looked at me and she says, oh, you used to come at the library. I used to work there. And I said, yeah, that's what I thought. I recognize you. And she was like, wow, you recognize me? I said, yeah, absolutely. I recognize that you were always there every time I would go and get books or return my books and stuff. And you were always nice. And it's like, and it was kind of cool. It was kind of cool. And, man, I don't know, but she was pretty old when I met her at the grocery store. She was already probably at least in her 30s when I got my first card. So we're talking about, 45 years ago, which means that she probably was close to being 70 already. Dave Vosh, my brother-in-law, does high-end audio video work, and this TV came with someone who replaced it with a 92-inch, so it was a surplus. Kevin Michael, notice that the Panasonic RF 3100 don't go down to 76 for Japan. I wonder why it stops at 87. It goes to 109. Could it be because maybe, when depending on these radios, today we have radios that actually have, electronic ways of switching the frequency ranges. But back in the day, like the days of the Panasonic, sometimes you had to have the Japanese version for it to go there, and you had the North American version that had only 88 to 108 or stuff like that. Could it be have a North American version? That could be possible. 9740 Radio Romania coming in strong, says 804 Marty. So this is, probably still coming in strong. Let's check it out. 974.
Listen to you with Sinfo 55.
It's the mailbag show. They have a mailbag show right now. Shane, a guy listening to the radio is not the weirdest thing I've seen. You'll see on public transit in Portland. Getting pretty interesting sometimes. Just another day in Portland. Yeah. Yeah, well, even in Montreal, you see the oddball, thing from time to time. Absolutely. Kev Michael, we have a great new oldie station on 1240. Wow. Huawei 97.9. Here we actually have lost one station in Montreal. The only HD station that ever was on AM in Montreal on 1650 kilohertz as disappeared. And the first thing I noticed was that it stopped or turned off the HD, because it was the only HD station in the AM. And about, I'd say a month ago, I tuned with my little receiver, and it's like, hey, it's not in HD anymore. And about 2 weeks later, it's offline, and it's still not on. It didn't come back. So I don't know if it's because they couldn't pay the bills or anything, but it's gone. So we lost one station, and I find it sad. You know why? Because they had Call Israel news broadcasts at 8 p.m., 80 hours UTC, on that station on the local AM band. So I would tune at 8 p.m. sometimes to hear the Call Israel news, and after that they had Israeli broadcast. It was a Jewish community station, basically. So there's a lot of talk, and there's a lot of things, especially, we depending on where we are, we take all the news. It's like listening shortwave. We listen to stuff, and we take what we want. We decide of what we think about whatever we were told, give it our own little take on it. But there was like a whole evening of Israel broadcasting, not to say propaganda. And but I would listen in and see what's on. And with what is happening in Israel now, it was taking a twist that was kind of interesting to monitor. And so I'm sad because now that's gone. I can't listen to that anymore. Hobbyman ZXC, nice to have you on board. Radio enthusiasts saying hi. Welcome on board. By the way, Bobby Burgess, you were talking about retro gaming and stuff. I actually got an email today that I was about to lose my YouTube channel that I never did videos on, that's called Commodore 64 Amiga. And there's no videos on it. But I didn't want to lose it. Since I have both of those machines, I thought it'd be fun to do something on that, and retro game, or not necessarily just retro game, just videos of what these computers were in the day. So I went into the trouble of reactivating the YouTube channel before I lose it. So I'm thinking about stuff about that, because I do have the machines here anyway. So Hobbyman, nice to have you here. Like your back to the future shirt FM is my specialty for radio. Cool. Jay Dakota, back in the day I used to go downtown. No one would ever bother me with either a small shortwave radio or Casio TV on the bus. Now it's a completely different subject. You know what, RJ Dakota? I was talking with my nephews, and we're talking about radio and all of that. It made me realize a few things lately, because my nephew talked about, I talked about it sometimes. I would do some model rocketry and send rockets, up into space, up in the air from the park, local park here. Nobody would mind or bother or, But the last time I sent a model rocket in the park was probably 20 years ago. Long time ago. But the worst part is I still have the launching pad. I have motors. I have C65 motors. And 2 or 3 rockets that are probably ready to fly. And I told my nephews when we started talking about it, we should send, rockets. And I said, you know what? I'm not sure it's a good idea anymore. With all that's been happening and all the changes today, I'm not sure it would be a good idea and legal to send up one of those rockets now. And I'm not sure I want to do it. I want to do it, but I'm not sure that it's a good idea to do it. Because things have changed so much in 20 years. And I mean, it's not even half of what you guys in the United States are going through. Because you guys in the United States, whatever changed here, you guys, it's 30 times worse. Here in Canada, it's still pretty relaxed. But still, it's changed enough that I'm not sure that I want to do it. I'm like, no, maybe we should go to some farmer's field, on the South Shore, ask the guy for permission and doing from somewhere where there's nothing around. I'm not sure doing it in the city is a good idea anymore. But have you tried, Ken Michael, have you tried this week? The week ahead, try it again. Because they were off for many, many, many weeks. So, am I one of your subscribers? I don't know. I'm subscribed to so many things. What's your main stuff that you do on your channel? And I'll tell you if there's a possibility. I would have to check it out. Ajay Dakota, I used to have a thin radio from Panasonic that took 2 hearing aid batteries. It was awesome at the time and not too much thicker than a credit card. Something that I saw this week that I actually owned in the 80s. Do you remember, guys, when Radio Shack sold it was not an AM radio, it was an FM, I think it was an FM only radio that was like a pair of headphones and it had a little antenna coming out and you would power it with batteries and have a portable FM radio? Jasmine, speaking of Back to the Future show, what do you think of the new flying cars? I love the Pivotal Helix. I've actually not looked into flying cars, basically. So I don't know exactly what's out there. I've not gone into that. I don't know. It'd be kind of interesting. I can't answer anything with that. I have to look at whatever. So, Okay, what else do we have? Let me just get back down here. Andrea DXer will carry on listening to the stream, so take care, my friend John, and always appreciate it when you come over. Do you still do some lives? Or if you don't answer now, I'll next time you show up. I've wanted to, because maybe I could join in at some day. Kevin Michael getting 6754 USB Shannon radio via QESDR. If you want weather and radio news, you tune to me. Okay. Jasmine, that's awesome, Michelle. I read so many astronomy books from 16th. I remember I got the most amazing book ever, which there was a rule at the library that you could take out a book 3 times. But after that, it's like, come on. But that book was so amazing to me that I wanted to have it all the time. And it was a book it was the most amazing, beautiful book, most up-to-date book in 1980 about the solar system. Part of the pictures and the stuff in there was from the Voyager spacecraft with Jupiter. And I was amazed at that book. I took it so many times. It was just so beautiful. And I still remember that book was like, these are the time frame when the Voyager spacecraft is going to be at Saturn. at Uranus and all of that, and it hadn't been there yet. I was at, oh, this is what's coming, and we just saw Jupiter and how amazing it is. I just can't wait. I remember telling myself, wow, I can't wait to see Saturn, and I can't wait to see Uranus and Neptune and see all of that. And it was just amazing. I was one of those kids that's amazed with everything. I was like, wow, this is so beautiful. This is so amazing. I remember I got my first solar panel in a Radio Shack box of the surprise box. And I would take my multimeter, and it was like I would measure the voltage coming out of it and so on. And what can I power? For me, it was amazing. It was like, okay, the sun rays on the solar panel it's making power. This is so cool. Wow. The photons there's something happening. This was me. This was the guy that I was as a 12-year-old. Everything was like, oh, this is so cool. I had these science kits, and it was like, oh, wow, this is so cool. Okay, this is like, okay, low pressure does this, and I mean, the more books you had, the better. I was just amazed. And I guess, Jasmine, you must have been probably in the same frame as I was. It's like everything was just so amazing. Marvin Mott's meeting people and learning about them directly are little pleasures in life. Yep. Justin, 11780, Brazil, Radio Nacional Amazonas, is strong. They're usually always strong here. Absolutely. Kevin Michael, Trenton, New Jersey Military Radio on 6754. So you're listening to through a Kiwi SDR. Cool. Bob's Old Records got a Japanese ICR 7600A, bought back in the 80s. RJ Dakota, learned my constellations from H.A. Ray. Ray Oxworth, nice to have you here from sunny Victoria, British Columbia. About to unbox a new Shoyang LC90. Cool. Have fun. Hey, Cosmic Lettuce. Nice to have you here. Mr. Astronomy himself is here in the house. Still remember, hey man, how long has it been, Cosmic Lettuce, when you did those little live streams of astronomy back in the day? Those are kind of cool. I don't even know there's a model airfield here. I have no idea, Jasmine. C. Are you listening to CB Radio? Has this ever been a thing in your area? Well, first, in the 70s and 80s, like, I think every big city in North America of CB Radio was a craze. If you look here, I don't know if you see it. Actually, I can show you very close. I'm going to show you guys a very close look at it. So right next to this radio is, look at that. What's down here? This is a Uniden 980 SSB. So I got CB radio here. So this is what I got there, next to the Trenton military stuff here. So back in the 70s, 80s, there's a lot of CB radio stuff. I had my, and I need to take it out. I want to take it out. I had my Navajo TRC 432 CB base station when I was about 14. And I had walkie-talkies all the way. So CB radio goes a long way for me. And right now, there is some interesting stuff. On Friday evenings, we have a Howell's Net, channel 20 lower sideband, upper sideband, sorry, with a great gang that is very knowledgeable. They're almost all hams, actually, with modified ham gear. And it's really, really cool. And there's some guys on channel 16 lower sideband that are pretty knowledgeable too. So there's some activity. Plus in the wintertime, the snow removal crews, the trucks that gets the snow from the snowblower, all have CB, so they talk on the CB radio in the wintertime. So it's quiet at times, but there's some stuff happening. I can tell you that. Yeah, I probably have to look. There must be some group around here in Montreal area that I've never looked. Because I used to do it like in the park. I would buy. I go to the dollar store and buy like the police ribbon, the yellow ribbon, would make a perimeter that you just don't cross this. I would put the launching pad and the model rockets and everything, and I would just like send them up, and we would have our little FRS radios and would actually communicate with my nephews and stuff, and we would send rockets up in the air and so on. But I haven't done that in 20 years, and so I don't think it would be welcome to do it in a park anymore in the city. So I don't know. Well, the FM band, if FM radio continues on a launch or on a way of being what it is, there will need to be an expansion of the FM band, definitely. I don't know. One of my nephews went to university and he's got his physics degree, and I'm talking to Jasmine here. And when he was very young, me doing model rocketry, showing him all sorts of things, science-y. He said, you were my driving force in going into physics in the university, getting my degree. Because I would see all the stuff you did, and you would make me like, oh, this is so cool, I want to go there. When you have kids, the more you show things to your kids and the world we are all in, the better they'll have a future, because they'll have ideas of, this is cool, this is where I want to go, this is what I want to do. And I think my nephews are probably, this is, when we say, because people told me, did you ever regret not having kids? And I said, I don't regret not having kids, but if I had kids, I know I would have been a perfect dad for kids. And what I tell everybody is, I had the most wonderful nephews and nieces that loved their uncle deeply, that I think I played a dad role in all of it. The uncle was not just an uncle, he was like a second dad. And especially my brother, went through depression, it was complicated. So uncle was there. And I think part of the education was maybe I played some dad role in it. So I always look at it as like, I kind of played a dad role, and I kind of played, I was with my nephews, and it was fun, and uncle was crazy, and as crazy can be with kids. And I think that's where I got my dad role. I did get a dad role, but with the nephews and nieces over all the years. Jasmine, my favorite is watching people fly the model jet planes. Yeah. I I had a one of those planes at one point, long time ago. Oh man, this is so much fun. And I almost went for it. The store, the Addison store, where I bought my little portable receiver. I have it here. That I showed you. That's like $11. Well, I think it's in the kitchen. They had a drone for $37 with camera and everything, and I was like, oh man, I almost want to go buy the drone. I want to have fun with that. It was under the because there's a regulation of depending on the weight and everything if you need a drone permit or not. It was under, so I could own it without having a permit. I was like, oh man. RJ Dakota, Time Life astronomy books were amazing. Yep. See Jupiter and Saturn through a 10-inch refractor is mind-blowing. I remember seeing Saturn for the first time in a telescope. I was 13, 14. My brother was at home. I ran upstairs like crazy. And I said, you got to come and see this. And my brother looked through the telescope. And all I heard was, wow. I was like, yeah. Because seeing Saturn in a telescope is definitely, oh, wow. So it counts most of my library is college textbooks. You know, I'd like to understand how my, so there's one thing interesting about where I went to high school is that the high school is in a park, which has the park was at the end of the street where I lived. High school, but the same park had a library and a swimming pool in the summertime. And I don't know what made me go to the library. I can't remember what made me enter that building to see that it's a library and I wanted to have a card to rent to get books. I don't remember that part of it. I just remember when I asked for my library card. But you know, one of the most beautiful souvenirs I have of my summer teenage days, early teenage days, like 13, 14 years old, I still remember this was the coolest thing in the world for me. I spent an afternoon at the pool with my friends, on a hot summer day, in my summer vacations, getting out of the pool, going to the library, which was 2 minutes away, and I found this amazing book. 50 experiments you can do at home with what you have. And I thought, this is so cool. And I took that book, got home from the swimming pool day, which I was like, there was so much fun with my friends. Opened the book, and it's like, okay, experiment number 1. I remember making a compass with a needle, and I had a magnet, so you take the magnet to put some kind of magnet force into the needle, and then putting it on top of the water where it was just like floating, and I was like, wow, this is so cool. That book was such an amazing thing. It is totally some of the most amazing, most beautiful moments that I can just imagine from my teenage years. Just I was the geeky guy, totally geeky guy. Justin, I recommend a telescope with go-to function. Oh yeah, my nephew Francois, which went to physics, he got a go-to telescope. I wish I had that when I was When I was in a teenage, and I was about 15 or 16, a little older, I had a 6-inch refractor, which was really good. But back then, you did not have go-to functions. You had to take your telescope, align it, and then when you take stuff, I had this like long knob, which was a flexible thing, and you just turn it to follow whatever objects, because I didn't have a motor drive. So it's like, you just turn it to follow the objects you're actually looking at in the sky. I still remember when I got to college in 87, it was one of the best, in September of 87, one of the best appearances of Mars in a long time. The view I had in my 6-inch scope was so good. I had a Sky and Telescope magazine that had a map of Mars. I could actually pinpoint, this is what we're watching right now, just by the features in my telescope. And I remember one of my friends saying, I've watched Mars so many times, but I've never seen a Mars and a telescope so good we could actually match a Mars map and know what we're looking at. And that was my first year in college. And man, it's like, I remember one of my neighbors saying, I want to see what you're looking at. And the part of Mars we were watching, the features looked like a bull, because of the way that the dark features and the main features were. And he said, wow, it looks like a bull. It's like, yeah, it does. And I showed him the map, and I said, look, we're looking at here. And it says, oh, wow, it looks like a bull. But, oh, man, this was just so amazing. Oh, God, that was amazing. Darn. J Projects, there was a cool telescope featured in HRCC's Field Day video this year, stacked exposures for nebula. Jasmine, I am saving up for an obsession 18-inch Dobsonian, $9,000. 18-inch, you're going to see a lot. If it's dark where you are, you're going to see a lot of stuff on an 18-inch. I can tell you that. As long as your sky is dark. Unfortunately, I'm a city guy, and here the sky is so bad. I do my astronomy lately, and actually I have proof because I did it this week. I saw Cassiopeia, and I saw, of course, the Big Dipper, Ursa Major. And I wanted to take pictures. And you know how I do my astronomy now? With the camera of my smartphone. And I take pictures and I look at what's out there. So in the long exposition, I see stars. I mean, I don't even see. I hope you see the little dots of light there. These are stars that are not even visible in the naked eye, that I can get through my camera. I mean, like for example, this is the 3 stars that are part of the Big Dipper, the handle of the Big Dipper, and the big black wire is my antenna. But I find that, you know what, it's pretty amazing. So here's, just to show you guys, in a urban, very, very bright area, there's one that's very weak, but this is I took a picture of Cassiopeia. So if you see a W-shaped kind of thing here, I don't know if you see it well on the camera, but that W kind of shape, that's Cassiopeia. It was in the northeast, and I got it on my phone. Even though I couldn't see that well, you know, if I zoom out, this is how bright it is, how the picture is bright. But I could zoom in, and you know what? I don't have a telescope or anything, and I do want to see so much. Still, I find it kind of a blessing that using this phone's camera actually does help me do a little bit of astronomy. The moon pictures I take with it are amazing. We see the craters and everything. You know, it's not a telescope or anything, but it's just so cool. It's just so cool, you know. Jeff K wants a solar telescope. Cosmic Lettuce. In my mind, I'm still 12 years old and full of wonder. Well, you know what? I probably am the same place, Cosmic Lettuce. If we would meet together and be in some sciencey environment or whatever, I think would be two young kids just going nuts. I'm still there too. Unfortunately, maybe that's where our world and the world is different. There's not that many people that are in that world. It's very, very different. Jasmine, out where my parents live, it gets real dark. Oh, that's perfect. Mike WX50, I have to make do with my Celestron binoculars. That's perfect. You know, it's surprising. It's very, you know, you have to use what you have. It's like radio. When we listen to shortwave, you use what you have. You have to deal with what you have. Astronomy is the same. You have to deal with what you have. And if you learn to master whatever you have, like me with my phone, to get the stuff that's difficult, you'll be very surprised at how, you know, all the stuff you can get out there. It's very amazing. Jasmine says, that's awesome show. We all need role models. An astrobiologist from the University of Washington came to my Girl Scouts, and that really influenced my path. Yep. Yep. Yeah, that's true. Back in the 79s and back in the 80s, talking skip was illegal on CB. Absolutely. Forget Your Life says, that role needs include dirty diapers. To be legend. Hey, I was a dad role without the dirty diapers. That I'm glad I missed. Actually, I didn't miss them. My caregiving duties are giving me the dirty diapers. You guys get it? An adult version. So I qualify. I just got the dirty diapers at an older time. So do I qualify? Cosmic Lettuce, long live WWV. Yep. Kev Michael, I hope they will expand the FM band down to 60. Yep. Jasmine, they had tattoos and was a roller girl. Later became a Library of Congress chair of astrobiology, Lucian Walkovich. Man, we have people that are like just so. Keegan, for a good time, call 555 for WWV. Oh, man. Hey, Paul, welcome back. Cosmic Lettuce, seeing Saturn with your own eyes for the first time is a very special life event. I'm so glad I'm able to still do that for people. It is, you know, there's two things you can show In a city like here, there's two things you're going to show somebody that's like, wow. The moon, when it's in its phases and you can show them with the craters and everything, they're like, oh, wow. And and Saturn. Or show them Jupiter and see if you don't have, a big setup, show Jupiter and say, oh, look at the four little stars next to it are 4 moons of Jupiter that every night you can see them moving around. That was also something cool. Code Master, nice to have you here. From Georgia, W3DJS. Yeah, Mars geography. It was pretty much Mars geography. It was pretty much that. It was amazing. It was just so cool. I still remember it's the first time and only time I've ever freaking seen Mars so clear and being like, wow, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. And imagine on that little sphere in your telescope, you can actually match it to the map of Mars in Sky and Telescope. I mean, this is great. This is just freaking great. RGA Dakota, internet is great only when it works properly. In some places, internet is limited. Yeah, depends on where you are and all of that. And we got to be careful, you know what? Because the internet is so amazing. But we also have to stay in the amazing part of it. The internet is too... It's like the human nature. It's as two natures. The bad and the good. And we have to stay in the good. Like this. This is the good. And you got to be careful. And try to get the people on the good path as much as possible. With everything. With the learning. The learning is amazing. I've never learned so much since the internet is up. But I learn it from known, well-documented facts that some people think is fake. And this is the danger and the scary part of all of it, is the good stuff being turned bad by some idiots that want to make money over saying that this must be bad. And this is why, and they're idiots that have no degree, no knowledge, no nothing. They just want to be popular. This is not what I want to be. I want to be popular. I want to be popular with real stuff. I want to be popular with the reality of good stuff. Not with the shitty stuff of the other side of what the internet is all about. And unfortunately, this is where we are with our battles today. The good and the bad, depending on your beliefs and some non-educated idiot that is popular. Hey, Kenneth, on a shopping trip in Tucson, Arizona, did your wife drag you to the shopping mall? You know, it's like watching stars, and you know, I remember the Big Dipper has one of the stars a double star. It's easy to see in a telescope. And I remember showing this to someone, says, what's that? This is the middle. So I would tell them, look up. You see that the Big Dipper is there? Yeah. Well, okay. The handle of the Big Dipper, the middle star is a double star. And she's like, okay, there's a star orbiting the other star. what you're looking through my telescope is we can actually see both stars. You could see the other star that is the one orbiting. It's tough to, I'm the geek guy, so I'm like, oh wow, this is so cool and this is so amazing. It's like, regular people are like, okay, I see two dots. Yeah, you see two dots, I know. But that's it's like it's a double star. With the unaided eye, we don't see it. With the telescope, it's like, oh, I see the other star. This is cool. But that's the geekness we are in, very geek into it, and we got to be careful not to scare people with our geekness too. Shortwave's the same thing. You want to talk radio with someone, it's fine, but do not go too heavy on it. Relax your geekness of the radio spectrum and what you do, because it's easy to lose everybody. And science is the same. It's easy to lose tons of people because you're just too geeky and not able to explain properly whatever is happening in front of your eyes. Danielson, nice to have you here. I think there's a definite connection between radios, electronics, astronomy. If you have an interest, you know what? I think we are just all interested in the very science basics of all of it. It's as simple as that. Shane, seen Jupiter and its moons with a pair of binoculars? Yes, absolutely. Binoculars are enough for that. Absolutely. Danielson always had an interest in electronics from my dad being a technician and fixing everyone's black and white TVs. At a young age, got into CB radios, astronomy. Pretty cool. YouTube is probably, for us being geeky, YouTube has what we are looking for. When I was young, we had here we had something called Radio Quebec, which was a provincial TV network, and it was meant to be educational. And I remember that in like the days we had no school, tuning it, because that channel had kids science stuff. Like, I still remember, I don't know what that was as a documentary or whatever, or a science thing, but I remember it's like, oh, this is Billy. Billy forgot his ball on the top of Dad's car, and today it was very hot, and the half-inflated ball is now fully inflated. What has happened? Oh, it's because heat makes the air expand. And it was like, this is the kind of stuff. I was just sitting down. I was like, oh, this is fun. Okay, the air expands because it's hot. Okay, oh, look at that. Oh, really? And I would watch these things. And I was wondering later in life, how many kids watch these? I was like, this is just totally cool. I'm going to watch this all day. And but how many people, I have the impression today. And Jasmine, I have a question for you, and whoever is very young here tonight, I have a question for you guys. Am I off if I think there's less young people today interested in all of this amazing mystery of science and discovery than maybe when I was younger? Now, that said, I don't remember a lot of my friends back in the day that were very science-y, amazing like I. So the question is, I don't think it was a very big percentage of population that was always amazed at stuff. Is it less today, or do you think it probably is the same? That's an interesting question, and that question comes from the fact that when 30 years ago I would do rocket launches, there were always 4 or 5 kids coming around saying, "Oh, what are you doing?" And the last time I did rocket launches was about 20 years ago. Nobody came around. There were kids, but nobody came around. And I was like, are today's kids not interested in all of this anymore? So this is an interesting question, I think, for do we have less people interested in our sciences today, for example? I think we could I probably measure that through the number of people going into science and college and university, for sure. But I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Ontario CB Radio Club is here. Happy 4th of July. I'm in Quebec, so we're in the same country. Nice to have you here. Two Hands, One Doll radio show. Good afternoon. Nice to have you here. I go on YouTube all the time searching for science stuff or geek stuff. If it's not music, it's geek stuff. I got 2 things on YouTube. Geek stuff or music. So, Bob from Wick, I recall the first time I saw the moon through my binoculars, I felt like you could reach out and touch it. Yep, that's pretty amazing. Has anybody called number 867? Yeah, Craig, the story behind this song? It was an actual real number that was given to someone. And they went so crazy to the fact that people were calling them all the time, they had to change their phone number. Because people were calling for Jenny all the time. Danielson, I have at least 100 CB and shortwave radios, and I have 10-inch Dove telescope, and 80 refractor. So, Jasmine, tell them one of the moons is Io is the most volcanic place in the solar system. Yeah, pretty crazy, eh? Yeah, our moon is fairly inactive, but no, not all of them are. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's just amazing. I'd like to see so much more of our solar system. What I'm afraid today, Kenneth said, no, but stomach did, low on food. It's crazy. I have the impression, and I'm very scared of our future for one thing. The lack of interest. I'll put it like this, and I don't know, Jasmine, maybe you'll agree with me or not. When there's lack of popular interest in science, all the money goes down, and then we don't have as much science. And my belief is that science cannot be put as a dollar amount. Space exploration cannot be put as a dollar amount. Yeah, it costs money. It definitely costs money to go out there. But it shouldn't be popular demand decides what we're going to explore or do. It should be, this is science, and for the advancement of a society, we got to spend money. And we got to do this. And we got to go out there and explore. We got to send more probes. And eventually send somebody to Mars or whatever. But it should never... Look at the Apollo program. There was supposed to be 18 missions, I believe, in the Apollo program. More than that. There was supposed to be... I'm trying to remember how many missions. There was like a lot of missions. And when they stopped, was it Apollo 17 that was the last one? They already had paid for everything. There was supposed to be more. But because popular interest wasn't there, It was just, well, that's the government doesn't see why we should spend money to go on the moon, because people don't care anymore. Okay, I get it that being an amazing fancy thing that you show people that get excited is one thing, but science is rarely exciting. Science is almost never exciting except for the people that do it. You know? Hey, look at this, there's radiation. I don't see it. Of course you don't see it. But this is amazing. But I don't see it. Yeah. Whatever. And this is the big problem with science. Is 90% of the science is amazing, exciting, and geeky to who does it. But we can't, if we can't excite the people that I understand pay taxes and want to know where the money's going. And that scares me because I have the impression that as time goes on, less and less money is being spent in science because it's not important for the regular people, which I totally understand. Regular folks, what's life for people? Life for people is, trying to live through their lives and pay the rent and whatever. And, I have a couple of friends that's like when I see stuff, astronomy stuff. I still remember when that mission that went to Pluto and sent us amazing pictures of Pluto. Two of my friends on Facebook was like, wow, what a waste of money. No, it's not a waste of money. But at the same time, how could I explain it's not a waste of money? When these people are, well, my life and this and that, and why can't I get a decent this, or why my health care isn't like that? It's like, yeah, I get it, that's your everyday life. And these people think that, well, the billions spent for that could be in our health care or whatever. It's like, I don't have an answer. I can't even freaking answer anyone with that. And this is scary. New Horizons. Thank you, SWAT Cats. This is where I'm scared of our future of exploration. Brian Penny, during my U.S. Navy years, I was on board a ship with a captain who was an astronomy fanatic. He'd set up multiple telescopes on deck, turn off all running lights, and give us all astronomy lessons from nowhere in the Pacific, Arctic, and Indian Oceans. You can't imagine how dark it was. You couldn't see your hands in front of your face. Wow, that must have been some experience, Brian. That must have been so amazing. So amazing. So amazing. Mark NO5S from Oklahoma. Nice to have you here. Joseph, yes, it runs in the family. My grandfather had an electronics repair shop in San Francisco. Their bread and butter was repairing washing machines at times. It was a full-time job. Okay, Jasmine, so you say you're off. You're probably the same or more. There's probably the same or more. It's just that we tend to not be geeks. Like, I love geeky things, and I'm a scientist, but I go raves and love. Yeah, same here. I have a normal life in my geeky radio and whatever life, too. So we don't look at it, and we don't talk about it, too. I mean, when you go to a rave, you're not going to start talking about science stuff. Like I'm not going to start talking about, radio, shortwave radio. But I was asking, as I was asking that question, I actually was realizing also how, of all my schoolmates, not many of us were very geeky too. So I guess maybe it's the same amount today as back in the day, but we're in our little, our little slot. You dancing in a rave. I get it. Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson, an amazing guy. My tech channel name, just go at youtube.com/@WTC, Whiskey Tango Charlie. London 19657 says the phone number sold for bundles on auction many years ago. I want to do the first live show from Mars. So if anybody sends me there, I want to do the first live show from Mars. Yep, shortwave on Mars. Now, we'll have to set up a shortwave station somewhere and see if, does Mars have an ionosphere with its atmosphere? I don't know. That's going to be interesting. Does Mars have an ionosphere? The ionosphere is it done with the oxygen atoms? What is ionized exactly up there? So does Mars have... I will be the first scientist who wants to see if shortwave broadcast can be possible on Mars. Thank God Brother Stair is dead, because he wanted to be the first to try to, send his shit through Mars. Man. Cosmic lettuce. Yeah, the new one. That's interesting. The new interstellar object, which is now, I think, pretty much a comet. The one that was weird, cosmic lettuce, was that, Woo-Wama, or whatever the name was. Wama. I'm trying to remember the name. Wama. Umwama, I think it was. Like, yeah, that was weird, though. It was like a cigar-shaped weird thing. People are like, oh yeah, this is some, alien ship spying on us or whatever. This one I think is a comet now, so I'm right, Jasmine. I'm scared of the future or of our science exploration. I'm very, very, very scared. It's thank you, Andy New. Take care, my friend. I'm scared of the fact that science, which, like Joseph says, I think science got really politicized. This is where the problem. Science and politics are not the same thing. Science is science. We can't afford to lose. As much as I hate many things, like a certain Musk, at least his science stuff is there. And there are things that I respect with, look, money is going into science and everything. NASA, if for me tomorrow morning you tell me NASA budget gets cut, it's like you're stabbing my heart. For me, NASA has been an example. And when people say, well, it's so expensive. Science exploration is freaking expensive. Do you know what it takes for someone to take your freaking body, put it up in space in some capsule, so you stay safe and bring it back down? No, you have no freaking idea because you don't know what it takes. And that's the big problem. I'm scared that our science is, and even worse, right now, when I see, I'll I'm not doing it in a political way. When I see all of the science stuff is being like, no, we don't need that anymore. I'm tired. And I'm scared. Yes, there is no price tag, Jasmine. Absolutely. It will always cost billions to send people to space. It's complicated. But it's not, I know there's limited amount of money. It's not like you can just put money and, send it and that's the way it is. I totally get it. And as societies, we have to make choices. But you know what? What's sad about it is that you can't even explain why it takes billions of dollars to send something out. I look at, if you guys have not seen this documentary, do look at it. I don't know, Jasmine, if you've seen it. It's called The Farthest Journey. It's about the Voyager spacecraft. And this is beautiful. You know why? Everybody should watch that for one reason. We're trying to get the maximum amount of science out of something. These people have done things that maybe are above the rules or something, but they've done something extraordinary. And I mean, it's the Voyager spacecraft story, which is beyond $1 billion in 1977. It's a huge amount of money. $1 billion in 77. Imagine how much money that is. And they believed in something. And they went through it. And one, it's the most beautiful documentary to show how NASA people that do science are so it's emotional. They're doing a science experiment that I mean, it's their baby. It's like birthing. It's like we just did our baby. Our baby's going to space and doing stuff. And it is the most beautiful documentary to understand how beautiful and amazing these scientists are. They're not thinking about politics. They're not even there. They're thinking about science, learning, all that we will freaking see and learn in life. And you're like, oh wow, that documentary touched me profoundly. That was me. It was, oh yeah, I get it. When you get into it, it's so intense. It's your little baby going into space and all the things that can go wrong. And oh man, this is where you understand why it costs a lot of money to do science. Unfortunately, we have to battle well, that's not important. And that's sad because, sometimes I'd like to say to somebody, you know what? So science not important? What would you do without the internet? She said, well, it's here. It wouldn't be here without science. It wouldn't be here without the hundreds of billions of dollars that have been sent to do this and make this work. It's science that you don't care about. But now you're happy you're on your little Facebook page telling stuff. And it's like, oh, wow, I ate this dinner tonight. Well, that was science. Science made that. Okay? And if that science didn't get funded back in the 50s or 60s or 70s, your little Facebook would not exist today. Jasmine, you compare the New Horizons to the price of... Yeah, of course. There's more money being sent anyways into the military stuff than that, you know? Dogger Die says I could name a few social media influencers that are a waste of money. Absolutely. Yeah, I could even mention a social media itself that's a waste of money. But anyways, absolutely, Jasmine. Absolutely. All of that, you know, somebody told me one day, well, you know, all of these people that don't eat or don't have health care, I was like, but the science money doesn't take away any money off of that. What you don't understand is the politics of the shit that's happening is taking money off of that. But we can do that and do that at the same time. It's possible. But the politics are shitty, and that's the problem. Kenneth says, my stepmother was one of those until I pointed out the IC powering her calculator was developed for the space program, plus other devices we now take for granted. Yeah, you got to, you know what? That one of my friends that taught space exploration was really bad. I said, she drives buses in Montreal. They have this very special springy seat that is made, you know, for the potholes and whatever roads. And I said, do you understand that that technology for that comes from space exploration? Because they wanted to make sure that this, when the astronauts go up, when there's vibrations and everything, the seat you're on is going to help you kind of relax all those vibrations and everything. So your freaking seat is designed in your bus that you're driving every day, designed by space exploration technology. She's like, well, you know, I don't think it's true. It's like, yes, it is. It is. A lot of it is designed by space exploration. Oh, man. Skylar Phoenix, nice to have you here from the Colorado mountains. Nice to have you here. Nice to have you here. Jasmine, you'd be shocked, Shall I discovered one of my colleagues at a rave. She started talking about this psychology of dancing, and then I found out she's also an astrobiologist. That's nice. That's nice. You know, what happened with me is this shortwave stuff. There's this guy at karaoke. He was like one of those guys that you don't want to talk to because he's just like too, like he doesn't. You don't want to talk to him. You know, just seeing his face. And one day we did talk for some reason. I don't know why. And we talk about stuff, and I talk about, you know, I like shortwave radio. And it's like, oh, I did shortwave radio when I was young, and so on. And you guys know him. When he was here for a while, his name was Fastload. And we learned that, oh, we share the same freaking, you know, fun of radio and electronics and stuff. Because we started talking. Third, Gergeson, what do you think about these SI 4732 mini receivers? They are surprising. It doesn't replace a receiver, a real receiver you want to buy. Okay, that let me be honest. Well, never replace one of those. But it's just amazing for what it is. For the price it is, you're not going to lose any money. For the price it is surprising. I can tell you that. Sean asked, if you want to transmit from Mars, there's 15 to 20 minute delay before your signal reaches us on Earth. Yeah, yeah. Blogger Die, talking about the ATS minis. Pretty amazing. Yeah, Mwama. Whatever. who actually put that name? Mwama? Cosmic Gladys, if the USA doesn't explore space, there are other countries that will. I wish we could all explore together. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Kenneth, could you cover an entire new program just saying Papa Mama? Jasmine, a slight curve indicated it was more flat like a parent cake, but unfortunately there was a rendition of it like a cigar which was publicized. Yeah. Yeah. Skyler Phoenix, yeah, tell to the Degrassi he's so full of himself. I'm sorry, Skyler Phoenix, but I'm not there. We should all listen to science rather than the pseudoscience of idiots right now that are way too plenty in the United States of America. And I will be very blunt with that. And if you don't care and if you want to say a comment, do not. Because I'll block you immediately. Okay? Get the shit out of the United States and we'll be okay. Jasmine, you're right to be scared, Joe. The cuts have been profound and I am questioning whether to move to Europe as a result. You know, we have here in Canada a interesting program that came up and says that we should actually import the all the science experts, all the researchers from the United States, bring them to Canada and say, you know what? Here you'll have a life. Here you'll have a place where you could be who you are and do what you want. And you know what? I believe we should. We should even put billions of dollars, Canadian dollars, into let's get all the scientists off of the United States and bring them here. Absolutely. I mean, look, it sound right now. It sounds like the Nazi days. All the scientists leaving Germany, because there's no place for them in there. Jasmine, I have it. Let me go down here. SWATCAT saw the documentary. Jasmine, I have. It's a great documentary. Absolutely, the emotional side of that documentary of what you do is, and it's your life. It's your babies. These people virtually went through their lives with one big project. And oh man, it is a way of thinking too, Jasmine. Absolutely. That's always been the biggest problem, Jasmine, is the society, day-to-day life, and we got to take it into account, by the way. Day-to-day life compared to science, which they just don't see as something that helps them, you know? Andrew Galloway has a great phrase here. He says, it may cost a lot of money to do science, but ask yourself what the cost of not doing science will be. And you know what? It will be in human lives. If we never did vaccines, if we never did anything in the healthcare with the technologies we have today, remember 100 years ago, I'll give you a great example. Health problems I had in my life, which were not, in today's standards, very easy to deal with health problems. But 100 years ago, I probably would have died at maybe age 30 because there weren't antibiotics. That's science. I'm sorry. But I'm here at 56 because science gave me antibiotics. And I was able to go through. Because I was so sick back then, if antibiotics did not exist, I would have died. And it was the first year I lived here, actually. I can tell you. But that's science. Science saved my life. And I don't think a lot of people think that, unfortunately. That is the other thing that you have to talk about all the time. It's like Voice of America. We talked about Voice of America. I don't know how many people here told me, yeah, we got to cut. We got to cut the budget. You know, deficit is too high. Yeah, deficit is too high. It's going to be freaking higher because of shitty decisions now. And you know what? Deficit is too high. The VOA has nothing to do with it. It's not even visible in a pie chart of how much money the VOA actually took. Oh, but you know, we gotta. How about making pay the freaking rich? Understand that? You never understand that. Now it's gonna be worse. Kevin Michael, science very important to life? Absolutely. That's the way it is. That's the way it is. That's the way it is. Keegan's remembers fast load. Yep. RJ Dakota's channel called Toolman, where they are rebroadcasting Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea. Jasmine, Woomwama is a Hawaiian name because it was discovered by, in Hawaii. Okay. That's where it comes from. Well, that's also another thing, Jean Arash. The problem here in Quebec with our healthcare right now is not the money's in there. There's not enough doctors. Yeah, we could bring some American doctors here. Here we go. Hey, it'll be so much better here anyways. And plus, in Canada, you don't get sued for stupid things. It doesn't work like that. Richard Wagner, 6955 Pirates, new camera in Chile. Jasmine, thank you, Joel. I love Canada and would love to continue my education and research there. I know people in other fields who have left or are in the process of doing so. You know, it's something that has been discussed a lot about, you know, let's bring people here in Canada to continue the science stuff. Here you won't have any, you know, regulations are going to stop you or anything. There are some regulations, but not, you know, stupid stuff that's just going to say you can't do that. You'll be pretty much on your own. You get a university grant or some sort, and man, you're off. You're going to do stuff. I think Canada has a few flaws in the recruiting of all of this, is that they're not fast enough understanding that, look, we got a big opportunity here of being a top-notch country. Do it. Spend the money, you know. Jasmine says, yeah, I know some people in other fields are being recruited by University in Toronto. Yep. And I'm sure University of Montreal or McGill University, which are two big ones here in Montreal, are probably looking at all of that. Harvey Funkenstein, yeah, she blinded me with science, by Thomas Dolby in the 80s. What amateur radio do you use, Joe? M6JKW. What do you mean exactly by that question? My gear is an Yaesu FTDX10, which I have right here. And let me just turn the knob to make sure. Here we go. Yaesu FTDX10. I do some SSB voice. I did a little bit of SSTV. I do FT8. And so it's kind of fun. Yeah, Jasmine. Well, you know, you're in your part of science. Find yourself, find your little road to what you want to do. Kate Atnin, I'm in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. RJ Dakota, here's 6955. 6955. 955. Check it out. That sounds, if I have to guess, that sounds like Wolverine radio. Wolverine radio. Sodcats, Europa Clipper's main science goal is to determine whether there are places below the surface of Jupiter's icy moon Europa. Oh, that sounds pretty cool too. That sounds pretty cool too. So, Kate Adenin says my dad's from Quebec. Cool, cool. So we have two choices, guys. Two choices coming up. You will decide about the future of this. Now, I've been on for a while, and I need to go check on my caregiving duties, but two things will keep me on. Me getting another beer, and also super chat if you like what I do. Look how long I've been here doing this. Come on, guys. And if you're here all the time, come on. You know what? This is my paycheck. And we have great discussions of everything from shortwave to science to just being us amazing people here all the time. Come on, guys. There's a PayPal donation also possible for the Pizza Fund and for Paul the Cat treats. So, as I go out and see my caregiving duties, please consider a little something, okay, guys? Especially, you know, I have people every week donating. Every week, guys. Every week. Because they find that this is worth it. This is the place where you should be. And you love it. And it's not always to the same freaking people to give something. Okay, guys? So, whatever the amount, whatever you give. Come on, guys. Okay? Get through. This is my living. And I'm happy to be here every Saturday. Starting September, we're going to have a Zoom every month. I mean, this is a lot of work. I could just say to hell with it. Okay? Thanks for being here. And thanks for everything you do. It's much appreciated. Thank you, Kate and Tanine, for the donation. And much appreciated. And I'm going to go get another beer. And please, guys, help out. It really, really is appreciated. Okay? So, now, the pirate station has music, so I can't put it on. Is there something I could put on that would, like, be 067... So there's nothing much I can put on. So you know what? I'm going to take a little break. Okay, guys? Thank you, London 19657. And I will be coming back in 2 minutes. Caregiving duties. And thanks, guys, for being here. Hello there. We are back. Kevin Michael 73. Take care. Jasmine, my favorite sci-fi YouTube channel is Dust. Need to check that out. So there's a lot of interesting stuff. Interesting stuff that is happening with their science. And radio, I looked at we were talking about the stuff at the World Radio History, and I was actually reading a book. Perry Bigley, thank you so much for the donation. From 1925, and we look at we talk about science and how science for so many people is not important. Radio is science. Radio, shortwave radio, FM radio, the fact that we come to FM radio and then using the VHF and the UHF ranges, which was impossible in the 1920s because it was like out of reach. We didn't have the technology. It's all science. It's all science. But somehow, all that science doesn't look like science to people. It looks like, well, this is, I have this, and I have this radio, and it's like, yeah, but to design this, there's an engineer that has some science behind his, knowledge that, well, okay, but how can in a small package like this, I do an AM, FM, long wave, shortwave radio? And how can we do it so it works well? It's all science. It's all freaking science. And I think there's so many things around us. People use computers. We're in this time where science is bad, but the computer you have, do you think it's magical? It's not magical. There's some guys with science behind the fact that that processor works. And you'd be amazed at how amazingly complex that science is. To have you go and watch your Facebook feed with stupid things. And this is science. This is science. I'm here today with a very inexpensive setup if you consider that if I wanted to do a worldwide stream of a show in 1995, it would cost me millions of dollars. Plus, how do I do a worldwide stream? I have to use satellites. I have to use... Today, this ordinary guy from Montreal, Quebec, Canada is online with right now 100 people. We bored the other 100 that was there before. And he's doing this live show. We talk about shortwave. We talk about science. We talk about so many things most of the time. But you know what? This is life. This is the way it is. And this is the science that made this so cheap, so inexpensive suddenly. And but people don't realize that. You don't realize that, that computer you're using is because there's some science-y people behind it that, we're able to bring that to a level of price that you're happy to pay. This is the crazy thing. That's all about it. It's just amazing. Hey, Chris, take care of Craig Martinetti. London, 19657, talking earlier of childhood love, sci-fi, can recommend the Atomic Shack Bar. Yeah. Oh yeah, and science and the science of communication is evolving. You know, we're on the internet today. We have these live streams. You know, who designed this camera I'm using? And we got this as a price that's just so freaking amazing. Andrew Galloway says, we talked a few weeks ago about Space 1999. As a kid, I got a lot of my interest in science from shows like that and from reading science fiction books voraciously. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You know, I mean, this, I remember watching Space 1999 as a kid. And when I would go out and watch the full moon or the moon out in the sky, being amazed, and you know, it for me was a wonder. Richard Wagner, how much technology has come from military research? There's a lot of it from military, absolutely. A lot of stuff did come from military. I think we have to, but it's still science, and it's scientists and engineers. But yep, absolutely. The military does a lot of work to find stuff. So you know, it's crazy. J Projects, integrated circuits, an amalgam of physics and chemistry. Yep. You know, how do you, you know, an amazing thing that I still am just so amazed today is when you're telling me that now the traces on the Intel microprocessors are 3 atoms thick. You're telling me that you're now capable of putting just 3 atoms, one on top of the other, that just interact, and their chip is made of that? I mean, what? What? Just amazing. It's just freaking amazing. You know, it's just, we have things that we use today that were almost impossible to do 40 years, 30 years ago. Hey, Mark Markland, thank you so much for your generous donation. Much appreciated. But I mean, think about it. I was in the 80s, and I remember somebody, I was not visionary. I was not looking forward into technology, as did my friend. My friend, one of my best friends, came out and said, you know, one day we'll have video games where it's going to be 3D, real, you know, we're just driving through real stuff. Hey, Patrick Manny, nice to have you on board. And you're going to drive through a city in real 3D dimensions and stuff, and it's like, get out of here. And we're talking about times when we were on a Commodore 64. Get out of here, and that ain't going to happen. I mean, I'm playing Forza today on my PC, and I'm like, yeah, I'm playing pretty much in a real world. And it's a virtual world, but it looks like a real world where it's just amazing. And it's, you look at that and you're like, well, you know, I never thought that would be possible. But the power of the processors and of the tech computing today, it's just amazing. It's just amazing. Look at where we're starting to deal with AI. You know what? There's one radio use of AI I want. I want AI to take a signal, to take a signal that has noise around it, and take that signal and tell me, and you know what, just clean it out of every single thing I don't want. And you know what? AI will be capable of doing that in a very, very good way. John McClure, nice to have you here. AI will take signals that we listen to with all the noise around it, and you'll listen to it like if there was no noise around it. It will be better. We have digital noise reduction today, which are simply algorithms that look at the patterns and the signal. AI is not just going to look at patterns in the signal. It's going to analyze and look at voice and how the voice, interacts, and what's its the voice will have its own little very specific thing to it. Hey, Skyler Phoenix, take care. Thank you so much for the donation. And you know what? That AI will be way better than our digital noise reductions like I have on my Yaesu, which is okay. But when people tell me, oh, it's amazing, it isn't amazing. It's good and it's surprising on some types of signals at certain levels. But no, it's not amazing, It's good, it's not amazing. AI will be amazing with that, because he'll be able to see the pattern of what a human voice looks like, see the noise looks like, and adapt itself, because we have different types of noise. So it's going to be able to see, oh, you have this type of noise here, and that person has another type of noise there. And plus, add to the fact that I recognize a pattern in human voices and just make something incredible out of it, honestly. Jasmine says, I am still working on my AI, which takes a full spectrum IQ recording and points out all of the signals and transcribes the SSB and AM voices. Well, that'll be interesting. The other AI that will be really, really amazing, you know what? Without any difficulty or just a little chip on your radio, we won't have that language barrier anymore. You'll have a shortwave radio, and whatever you're tuning to, you'll just go into a menu and oh, I want this in English. And Different Gear TV says the Texan AI 330. A great example of that is Shoyang. Shoyang radios have a voice search capability. And that voice search capability was not very good. And now they switched to a chat GPT search, which means every time that you actually press the button to voice search, chat GPT is the one that's analyzing what you want. And then it puts it back here. Since they done that, every freaking search of every kind that I ask this radio is always perfect. It's always like, oh, you want a BBC World Service? Here it is. Oh, you want to have an NPR, or you want to have Radio Australia? Here it is. It has changed totally the search of this radio, made it in a way that is, wow, this works a hell of a way good. So, you know what? This is great because it's a fantastic way to use AI to make things work good or great. So, Andrew Galloway, AI, if done properly, could take a lot of pressure off a medical system. Absolutely. You know what? I read a article which was very, very interesting. They submitted a 1,000 X-rays, chest X-rays, from patients. All of these patients have cancer, have lung cancer, all of them. But if humans, looked at the X-rays, only 70% of the X-rays, the doctor said, yeah, you got lung cancer. But in reality, 100% of them did. The other 30%, they didn't see anything. Now they put that through an AI that knows what to look for lung cancer. The positive went from 70% for humans to 94% for the AI that looked at the x-rays. Which means, you know what? If AI is in our health system someday, we're going to save lives. We're going to save lives. It's pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. Jasmine, excited to show my AI translate the voices into English if it detects a language. That's great. We need that. We need that. Yeah, but we're not talking about replacing a DJs or hosts or regular people old radios. We're talking about using AI in a way that is cool, you know, that could help out or translate a program or anything, you know. So it's pretty. Thank you, Patrick Manny, for the cat treats, for the extra cat and a beer. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. So, you know, it's the way it is. It's pretty amazing. And what we're coming through is just amazing. And I think shortwave radio and radio in general is going to benefit AI. There are going to be ways to do things with AI that are going to help out. You know, I'd like to see how they do it, because they were explaining once how the Voyager spacecraft, where it is, it's sending out a 5-watt signal. Imagine, CB radio signal strength. 15 billion, 14 billion miles away. When it's here, it's so weak that there is a huge processing being done. And I'm sure they've started to actually analyze AI into getting that signal out of the noise. A 5-watt signal is being cleaned out of all the shit around it so that they can actually know and read what it's trying to tell you, what that spacecraft wants to tell you. I just imagine how amazing just that must be, you know. Jasmine, there's a great article on the SETI Institute page about how they process the Voyager signal. I'm going to go and check it out. Who of you guys out there say just yes? Who many of you guys out there installed SETI at home to help detect the extraterrestrial lives out there? I did. I thought it was just so cool. And 2000s, when they had that little software, it's like the more computers we use, the more we can maybe try to find some life elsewhere in the universe. Just say yes if you did. I did. I let it run 24 hours a day on my PC. It was like, yeah, if I can help, I want to. I did. Jeff K, yes. Andrew Galloway, yes. Jasmine, yes. I remember as a kid. We all got rid of it at some point, but Kamikaze 76, yes, on my PS3. Mike WX50, SETI at home on all our school lab computers. Perry, I had installed it for a while. I mean, we all were part of what if my little, my small computer in my home running this thing lets us find life in the universe? I mean, yeah, because they moved to that too, Jasmine. They moved to that Boink thing at some point, and I know that there's a lot of that. There's like, cancer research things running on that. There's so many things running on all of that. Man. Man. I mean, I was hoping it's like if we can find life in the universe thanks to this project. And it's funny, today, like back in the day, we all just got into it. It's like, yeah, I want to do that. And now, today, how many people would fall for it? Today, too many people would probably be like, oh, I'm not sure I want to do that today. So, Jeff K also did medical research, ran into problems, and no one ever answered me. Patrick Manny says just have to look at alien life is very close, unfortunately. I always joke about the fact that aliens are coming near Earth and saying, no, these are crazy people. We're not going to that planet. I wouldn't even be surprised that would be true. Jasmine, yep, already helped make medical discoveries. Yep, I know. There's a lot. When I got into that, and it was because of the SETI at home that went into that before they completely stopped, I remember seeing there was a cancer research. There was so many things. I remember seeing that and I was like, oh, this is cool. This is cool. There's all sorts of research going on into, Imagine they find some universal cure for cancer. How many people? I look at my sister that died of cancer at 55. If we could find a cure suddenly for everybody, such a crappy thing. It's just crazy. London 1965-7 helped discover an extrasolar planet about 15 years ago, along with many thousands of others. You had to categorize galaxy types for many hours. Wow. Yeah, mine crypto, please. Mine crypto when it started was something. Mine crypto today? Forget it. Take care, Andrew Galloway. You take care. So, Bob from Wake AI is, in most science, it's being used to locate new planets within our solar systems. There's so much coming up. There's a lot of negativity, unfortunately, with AI, and it's because of the shitty way AI is being used also. I was posting a video on my tech channel about how Meta wants to try to steal your camera roll in your phone with the Meta AI suggestions, where it uploads your pictures and analyzes them. That's not what I wanted. I don't want AI to touch my stuff, but I want AI to do useful stuff. That's important. So So guys, I love you all. It's been 4 hours and 36 minutes. Don't forget Super Chat. Don't forget PayPal. Come on, guys. If you've been here for months, years, never given a penny, if you can, of course, because some I know can't, helps out. And this is what keeps things going. This is what keeps the world revolving. This is what keeps your shows that you love alive. All right? So thanks, everybody. You guys have been amazing. You are always the greatest fans in the world. I'll be back next Saturday. Now I'm going to go and get my pizza. And this is thanks to you. And some cat treats for Paul. Take care, everybody. Love you all. Okay, stay safe. It's always amazing to talk to all of you. The different subjects we go through. And have people that are knowledgeable and, of all ages and of all sorts. Love you guys. And thank you so much. All right? Take care, guys. Love you all.